The Bills gearing up for the Jaguars with kickoff at 1 o'clock this Sunday for Wild Card Weekend. Head coach Sean McDermott addressed the media yesterday, gave an injury update. Our own Sal Kapacio reported Bills kicker Matt Prater dealing with the quad injury is day-to-day, but still going to work out some kickers so they're prepared in case he can't go. Max Hairston is unlikely to play this week, and Ty Johnson is day-to-day. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres in action tonight, hosting the Canucks at KeyBank Center. They look to get back in the win column following their win streak ending in Columbus over the weekend. Our own Paul Hamilton reports that Lindy Ruff said he hopes to get Kesselring on the ice by the end of the week. Lyon is day-to-day, and he'll miss a little time. Nothing is major. Puck drop is set for 7 o'clock, and all the action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, lots of turnover yesterday. The Browns fired coach Kevin Stefanski, the Raiders fired coach Pete Carroll, and the Cardinals fired coach Jonathan Gannon. In other news, the Bengals will retain head coach Zach Taylor and GM Duke Tobin next season. Joe Flacco told reporters he isn't considering retirement and wants to play in 2026. Dolphins quarterback Tua Tagovailoa said he is open to a, quote, fresh start elsewhere in 2026. He said, quote, that it would be dope. I would be good with it. Tagovailoa even confirmed to reporters that he understood that meant a fresh start with a different team. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Come with me.
Hey, everybody. Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Jags week. It's going to rain today. I guess like a good amount.
Yeah.
The afternoon. So
Flooding warnings.
plan accordingly.
And watches I saw.
Yep. When that happens for us, it's kind of take stock if we've left a stroller or 6 outside because it's going to rain. So it's going to rain today in the afternoon. Whatever you need to get inside, get inside. You might ask, like, you would leave it out in the snow, and then sometimes I'm absent-minded enough to leave a lot of things outside.
All-time worst dog day, of course, too, for them running in the yard.
It's tough.
Maybe find an indoor park today or something.
Yep.
Today's the day for that.
Jeremy and Joe, today on the show, Sal will join us at 7:30. We've got Tage Thompson at 8, and Howard Picks the Bills Playoffs edition at 8:30. So all that coming up. The Sabres are playing Vancouver tonight, looking to start a new 10-game win streak. I'm could I tell you I made the mistake of looking at the standings today?
Why is that a mistake?
Because it really drives home that the 10-game win streak that they just had was very good to get back in it, but they haven't played since, what? Saturday. Mm-hmm. And
Saturday afternoon.
And they are now far enough out of a spot that if they win tonight, they're still not in.
Yeah, not by we're going to have to do the thing.
No.
By points percentage?
Even by points percentage.
Oh, okay.
They just randomly looked at the standings thinking like, could they have held the spot the entire time?
Yeah.
On points percentage, no. They are. So if you did the points percentage thing for a couple of days, other teams also get to use that. Pittsburgh has won 5 in a row, and they're in a spot. And Florida's in front of them, too. But, again, that's one of the ones on point percentage. Just kind of, I wasn't expecting that. Like, all right. I came in today asking myself, do I have to call tonight's game a must-win? But I don't think I'm going to do that.
Nope.
I don't think I'm going to do that. You know why?
Nope. Because they'll lose?
Last time I called a game a must-win, Joe, they won 7 in a row. I'm taking it.
They won the immediate game after that?
Yeah. Philadelphia.
All right, well, he's 1 for 6 so far this year.
That counts as 7 wins.
No, it does not count as 7 wins.
Owen?
That does not count as, you don't get every
that
win
should count
after
as 7 wins.
Then that should mean every time you said must win and they lost 5 in a row, then you should get 5 losses.
I'll take it. I bet I'm over 500.
I bet you're not over 500.
If I get the wins and losses right after it, I only get the losses right after it.
You only get the losses. Right. The streaks.
I might be about 500.
I don't think you're 500.
I'm not calling it a must-win tonight because I think they're gonna win.
Yeah, I think they're
one of those.
Big favorite tonight.
You're playing a bad team. You're at home. You're a big favorite. You found your way. You get some saves. And you should be fine.
Well, that part. I don't know about that part. But, the rest of it I like.
So tonight, home against Vancouver, and looking forward to it. A Tuesday night Sabres game. And they go where they go. One place on the road, and then a 5-game homestand. So it's a quick trip home, then another road trip, and a 5-game homestand after that. So a good opportunity for the Sabres to, make a push forward. They go to the Rangers on Thursday and then home for that stand. So, tonight it's the Canucks. Tomorrow it's the Rangers. That's 2. Get those 2.
They got 3 games against Montreal this month and 2 games in hand on them. That's the team that I'm looking at right now the most.
Yeah, that might be the 3rd spot in the Atlantic. If you can kind of stay close to that, then the wild card, it doesn't become secondary, but whatever. Stay in one of those 2 races. There are 2 races based on the format.
Yep.
So anyway, that's the Sabres. We'll talk to Tage at 8 o'clock this morning, and you all in between. I'm sorry I missed yesterday's show, looking back on Highmark Stadium. It was a great day at the stadium. All the highlights, all the videos, all the pictures on social media.
They really knocked it out of the park. The pregame festivities, the halftime, Marv's message at halftime, and then all the alumni. And having something, the video at the end, it was just really Bills highlights with Iris behind it. But that's kind of all you needed in the moment, and I think everyone loved it.
Totally genius.
Yeah, it's exactly what you
Totally
needed.
Genius. Let's put on a song that everyone will sing that's, dramatic. And, I thought it was absolutely perfect. So all the videos, everything seen on social media, it's kind of, I think, Joe, the game kind of went away where I don't know how you would have scripted it better in a Mitch Trubisky against the Jets game, but it happened. You just played perfect, and everyone got to be romantic along the way. The red helmets ended up being a really nice send-off.
Yes.
I do not support they should go to them full-time, but they did grow on me.
I like them. I kind of couched it on full-time. I said I think they should wear them 5 times a year, wear the white helmets 3 times a year, and then wear the standing buffalo once.
Okay. Yeah, could this replace one of the throwback games, maybe? Or do they only do one throwback game? I guess they only do one, right? They did it Atlanta this year, and that was the only one?
Yeah.
This could replace the red uniform set?
No. They played New England. They wore it a second time.
New England was rivalry unis.
But the away game, I thought, didn't they wear it again on the road?
You might
Maybe
be
not.
right.
But either way, you can have 3 helmets. You can have 3 helmets when one of your helmets is just the decal being changed out, which is all they're doing with the standing buffalo.
Right. I bet they bring it back. However, whatever hoops you have to jump through, the NFL has, of course, been loosening the strings on all that stuff. So anyway, Bills and Jags. I was not here yesterday. I did see a clip of you predicting. You said, here it is, 6:45, and I think the Bills will lose to the Jaguars.
Yes.
You still think that?
6:10 Tuesday. I still think the Jags are going to beat the Bills.
All right, you're open. Yes. You're open to it, right?
I'm definitely open to the Bills winning this game. I think it'll be close. I think it honestly might be. This week in the NFL, there might be a lot of competitive playoff games compared to past years. Almost everything, I think, is a 3-point spread or less, except Rams-Panthers,
right? In a
which
game
is 10.
Right, in a game where the Panthers beat the Rams less than a month ago.
Right, and they're at home.
Right.
But no, I am definitely open to it. I think really where I'm at is I need a specific path to see the Bills winning, but I could see it. It would be that their pass defense is able to hold up and do a job against a electric Jaguars passing attack right now. Lawrence has, I think I saw 24 touchdowns since week 8. That's between passing and running, which only Cam Newton and Lamar Jackson have ever done in that amount of time. Not even Allen had that many touchdowns in that amount of time. He has been amazing. Meyers has been really good. They found, if you haven't watched Parker Washington yet, he reminds me of Shakir a lot.
Yep.
He might be a little different in terms of route running and whatnot, but when the ball is in their hands, They're smaller. They're compact. They are really good at bouncing off tacklers. He's really good. Brian Thomas down the field. Like, they've got weapons. But the Bills have been pretty stingy against the pass this year. So if they can do a job there, and I get Josh Allen elevating in the playoffs, I get those two things, and the Bills probably win the football game. But I don't know if I'm going to get that game from Allen. Like, the Jags defense really terrifies me.
It's very good. They don't always get home when they blitz, but they cause chaos.
Yeah.
We'll have Cody Alexander. He does a Substack called the Match Quarterly, and we had him on earlier in the summer about Cole Bishop and how he loved Cole Bishop's game and how he's super important to the Bills, and I feel like that all played out.
He nailed that one.
He did. And Bishop has had a great year. No Max Hairston for this game, which is a problem, maybe. I don't know how much of a problem, but it could be a problem. You mentioned Parker Washington.
Is Poyer playing also this week?
If you have Benford shadowing, which he does as much as any corner in the league, right? You probably want him on Jakobi Meyers if Meyers is on the outside.
Yes.
Because Benford doesn't ever travel to the slot, and Meyers can kind of play all over the place a little bit.
Yep.
Or maybe have Benford on Brian Thomas. I don't know if I want Tre'Davious White on Brian Thomas.
I would have liked to have Hairston on Brian Thomas.
Right. Even though
explosiveness,
he might not have the size Brian Thomas does, but whatever.
Right.
There's a lot to get into this. I guess where I would start on this matchup and get your thoughts on this at 803-0550, at the risk of making it as binary a conversation as they do on the shouty shows on television, for all of the it's now or never for Josh Allen, which of course I think is absurd, Shouldn't that conversation really be about the coach?
About McDermott?
Yeah. About no Mahomes, no Lamar, no Burrow in the playoffs. I know we treat this like it's quarterbacks head-to-head, but Josh Allen points scored against Mahomes are often enough to win games. 36, 29, 24, and a missed field goal, right? And Burrow. Okay, they played one game against Burrow and they scored 10. Great. He played Burrow one time in the playoffs. Lamar. They put up points against Lamar last time they played. That game is 29-28 or whatever the score is.
Yep.
So aren't we really talking about whether or not we get another year where the head coach, where the defense rolls into the playoffs and, all right, here's your moment. Here's your game. You can't give up stats that are akin to the 2007 Patriots playing against you when it's a team we've seen other teams be able to stop. Because that's the story of this Bills playoff existence is you run up against the Chiefs, and yes, they have a Hall of Fame coach and a soon-to-be Hall of Fame or future Hall of Fame quarterback. Yes, they have those things, but last week a team held them to 19. How come you gave up 31 on limited possessions? How come you play scared against them? How come they always have answers against you? That's almost always how we end up talking about the Bills season when it ends against the Chiefs. Now that there's no Chiefs, there are just different teams that are good.
Yeah.
If Trevor Lawrence goes for 4 touchdowns and 297 and they lose, we're going to sit here and think, I guess what I would say is if you're someone that's been McDermott won't get them there, I think you have a better path to make that point.
Yeah.
When they lose to some other teams. It's always been kind of viewed I have to a point, that the Chiefs are kryptonite on some level. Or, hey, what are you going to do? You have a couple of all-timers over there. They've got a special sauce. Now, that's not exactly the same. Liam Cohen and Trevor Lawrence are going to take your lunch money, and the conversation after that happens, if that were to happen, I think would be different. And while I say that, I go into this playoffs maybe as confident in McDermott as I've been at any point because of what they've done defensively this year.
Yeah.
Because of the run of injuries and because of the statistics, the numbers. They have a very good pass defense, and their resume is a good pass defense against some pretty good passers.
Yeah, he's done a good job. Is their personnel available enough also to kind of eliminate built-in excuses? There's no Ed Oliver.
Right? There's no Ed Oliver. There's no...
What else? And if there's no Hairston, that's tough.
I don't want to say there's almost no defensive line, but the defensive line gives you a lot to be desired. Any other team out there with this defensive line, you might say, what are they supposed to do?
You'd be missing Hoyt and Oliver.
Yep.
In a best-case scenario where Daquan Jones plays and Deion Walker is on the field. And
you're probably
Bosa.
missing – you're going to miss Hairston. You're probably going to miss Bernard, But not everyone would think that is bad.
I don't think that's bad.
So,
no.
Is it enough of a group to say you have enough pieces? We have a different standard for the offense and the defense. I do. I know I do.
Yeah.
The offense finishes 6th, and I say, what's wrong?
Right.
The defense finishes 11th, or I don't know where they finished in DVOA. Do you have that number?
I could find that. I bet it was low teens.
Okay.
On the season.
And I would say, good job.
Yeah.
Because you don't have the best player on that side of the ball every given week. So there's just a lot to it. And the one not last piece of this, we got a long show and lots of phone calls to get to. But this is also by far their toughest first-round matchup they've ever had. And that makes sense, does it not?
Yeah.
You are the lowest seed you've ever been. It's the toughest matchup since they go to Houston, I guess. And Houston beat them with Deshaun Watson, who at that point is thought to be a great quarterback. They had a second-half comeback. But it's not Skylar Thompson. It's not Mason Rudolph. It's not Phillip Rivers in the end of his...
And it's on the road.
The previous end of his career. Right, it's a road game against a very good offense.
And a team that has not lost a football game that mattered since when? Since November 9th?
Yeah.
They lost to Houston.
And their wins include a lot of bad teams, but also the 1 seed in the AFC.
But also, this is why I wonder, I don't know how far you're going to get with, look who they played is actually really, really good. If McDermott and this defense are really not able to keep the Jaguars under 35, and they're able to have a really good day. The Jags offense against the 3 best defenses in the AFC, between the Texans, the Broncos, and the Chargers, scored
points.
98 points.
Yeah, I put up points.
In those 3 games. They went to Denver in that atmosphere on the road and scored 34. They put up 29 on the Texans defense. Teams are not doing that to Houston on a week-to-week basis. So they're dangerous. But because it's not Mahomes and because it's not Burrow, I don't know that will matter. It's got to happen. Even though they're hot and even though they're scoring on everybody, this is your thing. You're not a coach that's gotten it done in the playoffs, and defense has let you down, and you can't have defense let you down again when it's not Mahomes or Burrow. And I don't know if that's fair to McDermott, but listen, when I get to excuses and maybe they have enough to avoid that, they are missing pieces, but I do think they are beyond where they've been when A.J. Klein is playing linebacker or when Kyrie Elam is playing an entire football game playing corner.
Right.
Now we'll see. Something happens in the game, and Hairston is already out, and now something happens to another one of my corners, and now Dane Jackson's getting exposed by Jakobi Meyers.
Problematic.
Okay, that could change during the game, but going in, I think they're more equipped to stop this Jags team than they were in the last two Chief games.
803-0550, excuse me, is the phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. We'll work on a Jags guest for later this week. Right now, I'm at the stage of learning about the Jags defensive coordinator and just what they do defensively. Mm-hmm. So it's the first article I read about it was a little bit of a tale of horrors. Oh boy, that doesn't sound like stuff the Bills are too good against. But we'll see. Their run defense is pretty good. This is also the time
they were the number 1 rush defense in the league this year by totals.
Okay, that's what I was going to say. I think EPA they were not, but they get to claim number 1 by totals because I saw one of the players say number 1 rush offense, number 1 rush defense.
They were 4th by DVOA.
Okay.
It's pretty good. They did not allow, I mentioned this yesterday, a 75-yard rusher on the year. Not just 100. No one had 75 in a game against them. Not a player. I think teams did. But Jonathan Taylor played them twice. And I think he went 21 for 74 and 21 for 70. So if the Bills are able to get Cook going in this game, they'll be really the first team to do that all year.
803-0550. How do you feel going in? You said you think they will lose. You might. I don't know if you're one to change your mind.
I think I could definitely by Friday be feeling that the Bills are going to win the game. Yeah. I mean, honestly, the spread's going to do that, right? I think it's 1 point, so it could go one way or the other. The Bills could open up the week as the favorite and end the week as the underdog. I think it's right on the line. It's a lean. It's a lean more than it's a definitive. I think the Bills are getting smoked.
You're like the New York Times needle. You're going lean.
Yeah, a little bit.
Lean Jacks. You could get the toss up by Thursday.
Sure. Yeah.
I self-report myself as during the week I'm in panic mode, and then they'll kick the ball off on Sunday at 1 o'clock, and I'll be like, here we go. It's going to win this game.
Yeah.
They're going to win until they do, or I usually think they're going to win even if they're down like 14 points until we hit zeros.
A lot of times I make that decision after seeing Josh Allen's first pass.
Yeah?
Like his first real pass, not like screens.
That's the vibe?
How does the first pass look? If he's going to be dialed today? Because I feel like, that was a nice one, 20 yards down the field. Although that could be wrong. I thought in the Atlanta game when he threw a bomb to Josh Palmer, they were about to win the game by 50, and then they got smoked. So that's not always right.
One thing I've seen about this Jags defense is it places a lot of stress on the quarterback to get the protection calls right, and that they are very good. Like you get one thing wrong, they're going to have a free runner on you. There are a couple different clips. Anthony Broska from Cover One had a bunch of these clips where they've got 7 across the line and 5 of the guys are standing up. And it's just like there are elements of a Brian Flores YOLO. Sometimes these blitzes are out of your Spags, whatever. We'll get into that this week. Mike in Pennsylvania is going to open up our phone lines today. Mike, good morning.
Hey, Happy New Year, Jeremy. Good to hear your voice. I was wondering where you were for the longest time, but now you're back.
Yeah, I had a couple weeks off and then had one extra day yesterday, but back and excited to be back.
Well, you deserve it. So here's my thought, guys. When I saw Prater go out and I see that he's day-to-day, I almost think that's a blessing in disguise for Bills fans, just because it forces the Bills against a team that we know can put up points to be hyper, aggressive by default. By not having a field goal kicker in there, even going for 2. Like, this is the game, like, I really only want to punt when we're inside our 30. But I feel like you just need to go toe-to-toe with this team, go for 2, hopefully not punt. But I just feel like that benefits the Bills, and it takes the stress off McDermott if a kicker's not out there because, hey, what are we supposed to do? We don't have a kicker to kick this week. We don't trust him. And, he can go for 2 and be hyper aggressive.
Yeah. I like this point, Mike, because there's a strange thing. I've kind of charted it that the Bills against different teams this year have kind of shrunken back. And the first one I'm thinking about here is Atlanta. That just popped into my head. They're down 21-7 to Atlanta, and with 8:21 left in the second quarter, 4th and 3 at their own 49, they punt. Which is, if it's the Jaguars, are you treating it differently? Wait, listen, we're down 14 points here in the second quarter. Sometimes I feel like once you start to lean into gut analytics about whether or not to go for a 4th and 2 or for a 4th and 3, depending on the yard line, it just comes down to, well, that's Mahomes. I got to go for it. Well, that's Baker and the Bucs who are on a heater right now. I think McDermott might be likely to treat the Jaguars like a team he's going to have to get 30 points against and might treat it's 4th and 1 at midfield on the opening drive. Go? Yes. It's 4th and 3 at midfield on the opening drive.
Yes.
You going?
You got to go.
What game did they do that this year? Was it Kansas City?
They did it against Miami.
Miami?
Oh, wait, no, they didn't. It was on their own side of the field, so they didn't do it. Okay. Right? It was 4th and 1.
There's a couple, I think it might be, maybe it's Tampa. They go for a 4th down at midfield on the opening drive. A couple times.
I mean, I can remember games against, they've done that against the Chiefs, right, in the past. They did that in New England after the Hurricane game when they're down in the division, right?
Yeah,
they went for it on 4th down in the first drive.
Yep.
So, depending on the game, right, if McDermott feels like it's going to be a firefight, he'll do it. And I feel like, I forget what his numbers are in the playoffs for this. Aren't his playoff numbers pretty darn aggressive when it comes to 4th downs?
They are. By the way, second drive of the Tampa game, they're down 3-0, 4th and 4 at the Tampa 30. They go for it.
Okay.
And then they also, later in the game, got another 4th down that they went for. So sometimes how aggressive they want to be looks like it. There's another one. Maybe it's Cincinnati. Whatever. I'll find these. It all gets down to Jags week. We wait all year for this week and the following weeks as the playoffs are upon us. So what do you think? Are you confident in Sean McDermott maybe more than years past? Are you confident in the Bills beating the Jaguars? They are on the road with their toughest first-round matchup probably of the last 5-6 years, and that makes sense after being a wild card team. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring, 803-0550 here on WGR. Sabres are playing Vancouver tonight, looking to start a new 10-game win streak. I'm could I tell you I made the mistake of looking at the standings today?
Why is that a mistake?
Because it really drives home that the 10-game win streak that they just had was very good to get back in it, but they haven't played since, what? Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
And
Saturday afternoon.
And they are now far enough out of a spot that if they win tonight, they're still not in.
Yeah, not by we're going to have to do the thing,
No.
By points percentage?
Even by points percentage.
Oh, okay.
They just randomly looked at the standings thinking like, could they have held the spot the entire time?
Yeah.
On points percentage, no. They are. So if you did the points percentage thing for a couple of days, other teams also get to use that. Pittsburgh has won 5 in a row, and they're in a spot. And Florida's in front of them, too. But, again, that's one of the ones on point percentage. Just kind of, I wasn't expecting that. Like, all right. I came in today asking myself, do I have to call tonight's game a must win? But I don't think I'm going to do that.
Nope.
I don't think I'm going to do that. You know why?
Nope. Because they'll lose?
Last time I called a game a must win, Joe, they won 7 in a row. I'm taking it.
They won the immediate game after that?
Yeah. Philadelphia.
All right, well, he's 1 for 6 so far this year.
That counts as 7
No,
wins.
it does not count as 7 wins.
Owen?
That does not count as, you don't get every
that
win
should count
after
as 7 wins.
Then that should mean every time you said must win and they lost 5 in a row, then you should get 5 losses.
I'll take it. I bet I'm over 500.
I bet you're not over 500.
If I get the wins and losses right after it, I only get the losses right after it.
You only get the losses. Right. The streaks.
I might be about 500.
I don't think you're 500.
I'm not calling it a must win tonight because I think they're gonna win.
Yeah, I think they're
one of those.
Big favorite tonight.
You're playing a bad team. You're at home. You're a big favorite. You found your way. You get some saves. And you should be fine.
Well, that part. I don't know about that part, but the rest of it I like.
For all of the it's now or never for Josh Allen, which of course I think is absurd. Shouldn't that conversation really be about the coach?
About McDermott?
Yeah. About no Mahomes, no Lamar, no Burrow in the playoffs. I know we treat this like it's quarterbacks head-to-head, but Josh Allen points scored against Mahomes are often enough to win games. 36, 29, 24, and a missed field goal, right? And Burrow. Like, okay, they played one game against Burrow and they scored 10. Great. He played Burrow one time in the playoffs. Lamar. Like, they put up points against Lamar last time they played. That game is 29-28 or whatever the score is. Like, So, aren't we really talking about whether or not we get another year where the head coach, where the defense rolls into the playoffs and, all right, here's your moment. Here's your game. You can't give up stats that are akin to the 2007 Patriots playing against you when it's a team we've seen other teams be able to stop. Because that's the story of this Bills playoff existence is you run up against the Chiefs, and yes, they have a Hall of Fame coach and a soon-to-be Hall of Fame or future Hall of Fame quarterback. Yes, they have those things, but last week a team held them to 19. How come you gave up 31 on limited possessions? How come you play scared against them? How come they always have answers against you? That's almost always how we end up talking about the Bills season when it ends against the Chiefs. Now that there's no Chiefs, like there are just different teams that are good.
Yeah.
If Trevor Lawrence goes for 4 touchdowns and 297 and they lose, we're going to sit here and think, I guess what I would say is if you're someone that's been McDermott won't get them there, I think you have a better path to make that point.
Yeah.
When they lose to some other teams, it's always been kind of viewed I have to a point that the Chiefs are kryptonite on some level. Or, hey, what are you going to do? You have a couple of all-timers over there. They've got a special sauce. Now, that's not exactly the same. Liam Cohen and Trevor Lawrence are going to take your lunch money, and the conversation after that happens, if that were to happen, I think would be different.
The Bills gearing up for the Jaguars kickoff at 1 o'clock this Sunday for Wild Card Weekend. Head coach Sean McDermott addressed the media yesterday and gave an injury update. Our own Sal Kapacio reported Bills kicker Matt Prater dealing with the quad injury is day-to-day, but they're still going to work out some kickers, so they're prepared in case he can't go. Max Hairston is unlikely to play this week, and Ty Johnson is day-to-day. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres in action tonight, hosting the Canucks at KeyBank Center. They look to get back in the win column following their win streak ending in Columbus over the weekend. Our own Paul Hamilton reports Lindy Ruff said he hopes to get Kesselring on the ice by the end of the week. Lyon is day-to-day, and he said he'll miss a little time, nothing major. Puck drop is set for 7 o'clock, and all the action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, some turnover yesterday. The Browns fired coach Kevin Stefanski. The Raiders fired Pete Carroll. And the Cardinals fired Jonathan Gannon. In other news, the Bengals will retain head coach Zach Taylor and GM Duke Tobin next season. Joe Flacco told reporters he's not considering retirement and wants to play in 2026. Dolphins quarterback Tua Tagovailoa said he is open to a fresh start elsewhere in 2026. He said, quote, "That would be dope. I would be good with it." Tagovailoa even confirmed to reporters that he understood that meant a fresh start with a different team. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I thought one of the moves that's made a difference for them offensively is adding Jakobi Meyers, good pickup for him. Probably a guy that's quite honestly been undervalued in his career, but going against him in New England, ton of respect for his game.
Sean McDermott on the Jaguars, he went on to talk about Jakobi Meyers as a complete blocker in the run game.
Yeah.
And as a reference that's a little deeper than all you guys might remember. It's a movie reference about Wayne's World. You seen Wayne's World? No? It's okay. Anyway. Boy, that guy knew an awful lot for a limo driver. Like, Sean McDermott's got an awful lot to say about Jakobi Meyers. Mm-hmm. Interesting. My antenna go up. If you had asked me, hey, what do you think of the Jaguars? Me, the wide receiver train obsessed idiot with this board behind me, would have said, pretty good team, especially since they got Jakobi Meyers, who's really good and has been pretty good and underrated his entire career. Instead, the Bills coach said that.
Yeah.
Just unprompted, brought up one player on the team. So I'm now at, I'm sure the list.
Very interesting.
I'm sure the list is longer than this, but I'm at 2 players this year that McDermott went, in my opinion, out of his way to praise.
Yeah.
Baker and Jakobi Meyers. He really likes Jakobi Meyers.
And called it a good pickup.
Yeah, underrated his entire career. He said that about Baker, too. This is I know this player well. And one question I would have about all this is, we talked about it during the week. Are the Bills already starting to do their pre-scout on the Jags, on the Patriots, the teams they could have played? Did McDermott spend time this past week watching the Jags with Jakobi Meyers and it's top of his mind?
Yeah. Well, is he doing Jags prep before today, though? Or is that residual from, hey, he was a guy that was available at the trade deadline, and maybe people are doing homework on him then before? And this is residual from, this is what I thought of him a month ago when I thought maybe we would get him.
Yeah, right. That's very.
And now he's on the Jags.
That's very possible. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550 to join us.
Okay. The Jags, by the way, I don't know how much rest will come up in this game. The Jags played on Sunday, into the fourth quarter, the starters did. Trevor Lawrence's last pass attempt was with 13 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. That was their second to last drive.
And they were up big.
They were up 41-7, and he was still in the game and still playing in the fourth quarter. Travis Etienne was still getting carries with 12 minutes to go. So, the Bills starters really didn't play. So you want to call it a bye week for Allen in some regard, and a lot of other guys. Spencer Brown played 3 snaps, right? Dawkins didn't play. A lot of guys didn't play, and the Jags were out there whole game because the division was still on the line.
Yep.
Although I don't know what you're doing when you're up 41-7,
right?
And against the Titans, by the way.
Yeah. 803-0550. Talk to us about your confidence level in Sean McDermott and the Bills' defense heading into this game. The Jags were 4-13 2 years ago, and
Bills,
last year.
Bills smoked them on Monday Night Football,
47-10.
I heard a caller yesterday in the afternoon show bring that game up. Like, I'm not too worried about the Jags. Like, the last time the Bills played them, they scored 40 on this defense. This defense is so different from last year. In fact, that defense last year was being called by Ryan Nielsen, right, who's now on the Bills staff.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of criticism about, like, they just played man the whole game and never changed off of that, and the Bills just picked them apart. It's a totally different Jaguars team, I think, on both sides of the ball. Like, I don't know if Cohen's going to win Coach of the Year, but he's one of the favorites, I think, isn't he? He's got to be.
He could be. I mean, Vrabel.
It's him,
Vrabel, Mike McDonald.
Ben Johnson.
Sure, Ben Johnson. There's like 10 good candidates for Coach of the Year.
But I could get to voting for Cohen as my Coach of the Year candidate.
Yeah. Their resume, and they got hammered by the Rams early in the year. They lost to the Seahawks, but they beat the Chiefs. They beat the Niners. That's a good win.
I think the biggest reason, too, that I would vote for Cohen is, like, Vrabel's got Drake May, who's, like, just showing up here. Like, we already knew he was pretty good, but he was a rookie. And then he takes an ascension. Same thing with, like, Caleb Williams. Like, maybe that's a little bit more credit because that didn't go very well for him in year one, and then year two looks unbelievable. So you'd give Ben Johnson credit there. Mike McDonald. Like, Darnold, we saw last year win 14 games. Trevor Lawrence has been in the league for 5 years and has never looked near as good as he has the last 8 games.
Yeah, I saw he's had his best stretch since, like, 2021.
Right.
With Cohen. Yeah, Lawrence has always been...
It's not just developing a guy that, this is a second-year prodigy quarterback that people loved and was a top 3 pick. This was, sure, a top pick, but who has been in the league for a long time now and has never really ascended the way he has with this guy.
No, haven't we all been sitting here watching Trevor Lawrence asking, like, where is it?
Right.
Shouldn't it be better than this?
And it's never really appeared, I think, to its fullest extent until recently.
Yeah. 803-0550, our number, 1-888-550.
Speaking of which, there it is on ESPN right now.
Vrabel
the heavy favorite.
Okay.
Cohen's third.
There's a point to be made. Man, I've seen some stats on this, like Coach of the Year candidates. It is really, it might as well be the Grammy for Best New Artist.
Yes.
That's what it is. It's not who's the best.
Right, all of those people were first-year coaches, right?
Yeah, I think so.
McDonald's second year.
And Sean Payton's year two.
Yeah.
Like, it's Best New Artist.
Yeah.
Or it's Rookie
Definitely.
of the Year, and sometimes Artemi Panarin's going to win it. Because, like, this guy's been in the job for 3 years, but he really turned it around. Like, Kevin Stefanski won it twice.
Yeah.
And has since been fired because they're unhappy. Like, it's not the kind of award that Sean McDermott could ever win unless Josh Allen got hurt or they went 17-0.
Yeah.
Because
right.
Coach of the Year is the world thought you were going to win X number of games, and you won X plus 5. You're the Coach of the Year. Congratulations. A lot of it's about expectation.
Yeah, I mean, there are how many fired coaches that have won Coach of the Year right now? Like, of the last, like, how would I do it this way? Coach of the Years that are no longer on their current team since 2018. Matt Nagy, not on his team. Stefanski, twice. He got fired yesterday. Dable got fired this year. Vrabel, not on the Titans anymore. Like, the only, you got last year's winner, Kevin O'Connell, who was a Coach of the Year. And then you got to go back to, I guess Harbaugh won it in 2019. So how does he do that? How does Harbaugh win in 2019? Like, that might be your formula somehow for McDermott winning it someday. Should we introduce a Coach of the Year rookie instead? Should we make 2 awards, Coach of the Year and Rookie Coach of the Year?
Newcomer of the Year?
Yeah.
I mean, in that case, well, I was going to say, how big of an accomplishment is that you only beat out like 5 people, but we give out 8 division awards for beating 3 teams.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Newcomer of the Year.
Because then that way you give Vrabel, well, he's not really a rookie coach, though.
No, that's right.
First year coach.
They give out Coordinator of the Year, too.
Yeah. Yeah, they do.
Coordinator of the Year. This Jags DC might be up for it. I think the Chargers are going to beat the Patriots.
Really?
Yes.
I could see it.
Let me tell you why. I'll give you just 2 reasons why.
Okay.
I think the Chargers are going to beat the Patriots. I like the Patriots as a good team. The Chargers, to me, had they been healthy, would have pushed for the 1 seed. I think their defense is nasty, and their offense has been limited by missing their tackles. There are a couple teams that I don't think are good enough to exploit them missing their tackles.
Yeah.
And New England is one of them. New England has no pass rush.
No, they really don't.
They have no pass rush. So if there's any team that I'm a New England fan, I guess if I'm New England, I would have wanted the Bills maybe because they don't rush the passer very well. Maybe they want the Bills because they beat them once and they felt like they were going to beat them the second time and blew it. But I think the Chargers absolutely could beat the Patriots, and I think I'm going so far as to pick it. Maybe that's a mistake, a West Coast team coming east, but it's a primetime game, and
Sunday night.
That Chargers defense is going to be one of the best that Drake May has played all year. I'm not here to poke holes in Drake May playing a soft schedule. We get to this time of year, it is match play, and the one thing that ultimately will destroy the Chargers, I don't know that New England can push that button.
Does Milton Williams just coming back help you for that? I mean, that's interior.
It is.
That's interior. It's not the edge where their tackles have been missing.
That's right. And he comes back, and that's a big deal. And the Patriots' left tackle is coming back too, right? Like Will Campbell.
He played on Sunday against Miami.
Okay, so he's back. That's a good sign. I'll be wrong about it. I'm good. I'm good if I'm wrong about it, but
no, I'm with you.
It was a couple weeks ago I said the Chargers are dangerous for a couple teams, and I think New England is one of those teams.
No, I agree. Even with Milton Williams, I would want to say that is a line that they could get away with, the backup linemen that they've had, and maybe have a semblance of a run game. They have not really had a lot of that all year. There have been tons of games where they've been under 30 yards rushing this season. It's Herbert. Herbert, lift us up, do it all, and run for your life at the same time. Their defense, though, is awesome. The Chargers.
Absolutely awesome.
So
their defensive coordinator is probably going to get a job if they get knocked out early enough.
Yeah.
Jesse Minter.
And this is where, you'd think the stadium is over, that they're not going to have another game there, because you need the Chargers to win 2 games to make that live.
Mm-hmm.
I could see them beating the Patriots. I'm not sure I could see them beating the Broncos.
No, it's a lot tougher.
Because that line will abuse the Chargers line. And I don't think New England can probably do that to them.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Bills and Jags, Sunday, 1 o'clock. Exciting.
Did you go to the last one?
What's that?
The last playoff game in Jacksonville?
No.
A lot of Bills fans made that trip.
Yes, they did.
This is probably a tougher. 70 degrees on Sunday it's supposed to be? It's a good trip?
It's probably a tougher ticket to get. Jacksonville
now?
Right, because not only are the Bills more real than then, but the Jags are more... Really, they're the whole team. The Jags are more real than they were then.
Even at the time, even though they had the lead in the fourth quarter to go to the Super Bowl in Foxborough.
I know. That's Doug Marrone and who?
Bortles.
Right. I just feel like the Jags with Trevor Lawrence and 8 straight wins are probably thought to be more of a chance to actually win something.
Yeah.
But I could be wrong.
Right. I wonder, how much did they believe? They were a 10-6 football team that year, the Jags. And that team was built just strictly on defense, right? This is an elite defense. Jalen Ramsey was young, and the offense wasn't really anything to write home about. But then I think they got... Well, they didn't get hot in the playoffs. They scored 10 points against the Bills. But they scored 45 against Tomlin the next week.
Ben Koyak? Ben Koyak.
Yeah. We should remember that name this week.
Yeah, Ben Koyak. This is the revenge of... No, not the revenge of Ben Koyak. If you don't know who Ben Koyak
avenging
was,
Ben
Koyak is the tight end that scored the only touchdown in that game on a 4th and 1.
Yes.
For the Jaguars that day. 803-0550. Your thoughts on this game? We'll check in with Sal at 7:30. Tage Thompson at 8. Sabres and Canucks tonight. Howard picks the playoffs at 8:30. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. For all of the it's now or never for Josh Allen, which of course I think is absurd, shouldn't that conversation really be about the coach?
About McDermott?
Yeah. About no Mahomes, no Lamar, no Burrow in the playoffs. I know we treat this like it's quarterbacks head-to-head, but Josh Allen points scored against Mahomes are often enough to win games. 36, 29, 24, and a missed field goal, right? And Burrow. Okay, they played one game against Burrow and they scored 10. Great. He played Burrow one time in the playoffs. Lamar. They put up points against Lamar last time they played. That game is 29-28 or whatever the score is. So aren't we really talking about whether or not we get another year where the head coach, where the defense rolls into the playoffs, and all right, here's your moment, here's your game. You can't give up stats that are akin to the 2007 Patriots playing against you when it's a team we've seen other teams be able to stop. Because that's the story of this Bills playoff existence is you run up against the Chiefs, and yes, they have a Hall of Fame coach and a soon-to-be Hall of Fame or future Hall of Fame quarterback. Yes, they have those things, but last week a team held them to 19. How come you gave up 31 on limited possessions? How come you play scared against them? How come they always have answers against you? That's almost always how we end up talking about the Bills season when it ends against the Chiefs. Now that there's no Chiefs, like there are just different teams that are good.
Yeah.
If Trevor Lawrence goes for 4 touchdowns and 297 and they lose, we're going to sit here and think, I guess what I would say is if you're someone that's been McDermott won't get them there, I think you have a better path to make that point.
Yeah.
When they lose to some other teams, it's always been kind of viewed at, I have to a point, that the Chiefs are kryptonite on some level. Or, hey, what are you going to do? You have a couple of all-timers over there. They've got a special sauce. Now, that's not exactly the same. Liam Cohen and Trevor Lawrence are going to take your lunch money, and the conversation after that happens, if that were to happen, I think would be different. Sabres are playing Vancouver tonight, looking to start a new 10-game win streak. I'm could I tell you I made the mistake of looking at the standings today?
Why is that a mistake?
Because it really drives home that the 10-game win streak that they just had was very good to get back in it, but they haven't played since, what? Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
And
Saturday afternoon.
And they are now far enough out of a spot that if they win tonight, they're still not in.
Yeah, not by we're going to have to do the thing,
No.
By points percentage?
Even by points percentage.
Oh, okay.
They just randomly looked at the standings thinking like, oh, could they have held the spot the entire time?
Yeah.
On points percentage, no. They are. So if you did the points percentage thing for a couple of days, other teams also get to use that. Pittsburgh has won 5 in a row, and they're in a spot. And Florida's in front of them, too. But, again, that's one of the ones on point percentage. Just kind of, I wasn't expecting that. Like, all right. I came in today asking myself, do I have to call tonight's game a must-win? But I don't think I'm going to do that.
Nope.
I don't think I'm going to do that. You know why?
Nope. Because they'll lose?
Last time I called a game a must-win, Joe, they won 7 in a row. I'm taking it.
They won the immediate game after that?
Yeah. Philadelphia.
All right, well, he's 1 for 6 so far this year.
That counts as 7
No,
wins.
it does not count as 7 wins.
Owen?
That does
Joe
not count.
Cowley?
You don't get every
that
win
should count
after
as 7 wins.
Then that should mean every time you said must win and they lost 5 in a row, then you should get 5 losses.
I'll take it. I bet I'm over 500.
I bet you're not over 500.
If I get the wins and losses right after it, I only get the losses right after it.
You only get the losses. Right. The streaks.
I might be about 500.
I don't think you're 500.
I'm not calling it a must-win tonight because I think they're gonna win.
Yeah, I think they're
one of those.
Big favorite tonight.
You're playing a bad team. You're at home. You're a big favorite. You found your way. You get some saves. And you should be fine.
Well, that part. I don't know about that part, but the rest of it I like.
Jaguars. They are playing the best football right now in the AFC, hands down. Offensively, they just won 41-7 in a game that you're trying to close out in the AFC South. They have different energy, all these things going on. To me, they're executing like this. They're doing things that are very uncharacteristic of what you see in the NFL. It just puts a lot of pressure on you, and they're having fun.
Maurice Jones-Drew on his Jags. Chris Trapasso had this stat. You want to try and guess quickly? In 11 of the last 12 seasons, including 9 straight, the Super Bowl winner has finished in the top 6 of point differential during the regular season. 9 consecutive Super Bowl champions, top 6 in point differential. So that means, if it were to follow up, only 6 of the 14 could qualify. Who are the 6?
That are at the top in point differential.
Because that's if it holds 11 of 12 and 9 straight. The Super Bowl champ comes from this group.
The Rams.
Number 2.
Are the Jags in it?
Number 4.
Okay. Would the Bills actually be in it?
5.
New England.
3.
And I'm missing number 1.
You're missing 1 and 6.
Is number 1 Seattle?
Yep.
Okay.
And number 6.
And number 6 is going to be...
Is he going to run the table, folks? Has he got it all? Is Owen ready to jump in with the answer? Joe Cali, Alt Joe, who's got it? 6th in point differential.
Okay, 6 is going to be Houston.
Yes. So your champ is in there.
I've really thought about Denver. Denver plays so many close games against bad teams, though.
Denver 7th.
Okay.
But there is a gap between 6 and 7. Like, the top 6 are there. And I kind of went back because when I saw this, I thought, all right, well, if the Bills didn't win by, 30 points on Sunday, would they have still made it? And yes, they still would have made it.
Yeah.
So Seahawks, Rams, Pats, Jags, Bills, Texans. The champ's in there. If it is, in fact, point differential.
I think the champ will probably come from there.
Yeah? You'd take
It'd be pretty
that
surprising.
versus the field? Yeah. The best team not in that group is, like, the Niners.
I mean, the Broncos.
The Niners.
I can't see.
The
Niners, maybe I could get there.
Are the Bears going on a heater?
No. I don't think the Bears are. I don't think the Packers are.
Don't Steelers? Sorry.
I can't believe they're playing this weekend.
I had to do it. Jonathan in Niagara Falls. Hey, Jonathan, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, gentlemen. This is Jonathan, Niagara Falls, live on location. Talking about Josh Allen, Buffalo Bills, in the playoffs. No Patrick Mahomes, no Kansas City Chiefs. I don't see anybody in the playoffs tearing down the Bills like the Chiefs been doing to the Bills in the last 5 years. And as always, go Bills. And that's the bottom line because Stone Cold said so.
All right, Stone Cold.
All right. I think the Jags might be a juggernaut. Well, what makes a juggernaut?
They win the Super Bowl.
How about being good at everything?
And they win 12 in a row, and then we say, turns out they were a juggernaut.
That's right.
Like the reason...
How about just being... If a team is good at everything, they're a juggernaut.
Yeah.
Because that's, I think, what the Jags are, and I think Seattle and the Rams are, and that's probably it. I don't think there's another team in the league right now that is good at everything.
The chat's loving that phone call. They love you, Stone Cold. I would just say this, like, I love to make my comparisons like golf. Hey, you're in a 14-way playoff, and Tiger's not in the playoff. Like, oh, okay, well, why? Well, he's not playing well this week.
Right.
So, the mystique, sure, is still there about the Chiefs, but why are they not in the playoffs? They weren't very good. They lost a lot of games. Other teams had better results. I've got half a rant on this because we've morphed into a sports world that wants to tell you why the results don't matter. Everything is telling you why the results don't matter. The college football playoff, this team had the best year. Yeah, but here's why it doesn't count. Now, for the first time in my life, the MVP conversation is about strength of schedule. When has that ever happened before? Now I got Drake May versus Matthew Stafford, and I've got people picking apart the DVOA of the pass defenses they played against. Mm-hmm. Huh? How strong was this schedule when Peyton Manning won his 3rd MVP? Anybody? Anybody know? Nobody ever cared before? Now it's like, oh, you got to care about who they played against. Anyway, sorry. Thanks, Stone Cold. Thanks for the phone call. Call again. Loved it. 803-0550. Can you tell I've had a lot of days off and I've missed
you've got some pent-up energy.
I've missed a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Oh, Drake May. He only played the Jets twice. Who cares? Sorry. Who had the best season? It used to be about that. You still get in the playoffs based on who had the best season, who had the best year. These people did. All right, they're in. Good. Congratulations. When's the next college football playoff game?
Thursday.
Good. Let's get mad about it. Who's going to win? Let's have Miami win the whole thing. That's the best case scenario. Miami wins the whole thing.
Why is that the best thing? That's the best thing for your rant, is what you're saying.
They already lose anyway.
They lost twice.
I know.
Yeah. Lost to Louisville and SMU, I think.
No, but they beat Ohio State.
Oh, yeah. They
have
beat
Miami
Ohio State.
win the whole thing.
Yeah.
And then the argument next year for, Ohio State last year was the 8 seed. Mm-hmm. Then next year, everyone will just yell about how the team that's 13th that you're going to let in is super important because Miami won the title last year. All right. I'm off on a rant. I'm out of my mind here. Sabres and Canucks tonight. Tage in an hour. Sal 7:30. Bills and Jags week here on WGR. Sabres are playing Vancouver tonight, looking to start a new 10-game win streak. I'm could I tell you I made the mistake of looking at the standings today?
Why is that a mistake?
Because it really drives home that the 10-game win streak that they just had was very good to get back in it, but they haven't played since, what? Saturday. Mm-hmm. And
Saturday afternoon.
And they are now far enough out of a spot that if they win tonight, they're still not in.
Yeah, not by we're going to have to do the thing.
No.
By points percentage?
Even by points percentage.
Oh, okay.
They just randomly looked at the standings thinking could they have held a spot the entire time?
Yeah.
On points percentage, no. They are. So if you did the points percentage thing for a couple of days, other teams also get to use that. Pittsburgh has won 5 in a row, and they're in a spot. And Florida's in front of them, too. But, again, that's one of the ones on point percentage. Just kind of... I wasn't expecting that. All right. I came in today asking myself, do I have to call tonight's game a must-win? But I don't think I'm going to do that.
Nope.
I don't think I'm going to do that. You know why?
Nope. Because they'll lose?
Last time I called a game a must-win, Joe, they won 7 in a row. I'm taking it.
They won the immediate game after that?
Yeah. Philadelphia.
All right, well, he's 1 for 6 so far this year.
That counts as 7 wins.
No, it does not count as 7 wins.
Owen?
That does not count. You don't get every win.
That should count as 7 wins.
Then that should mean every time you said must win and they lost 5 in a row, then you should get 5 losses.
I'll take it. I bet I'm over 500.
I bet you're not over 500.
If I get the wins and losses right after it, I only get the losses right after it.
You only get the losses. Right. The streaks.
I might be about 500.
I don't think you're 500.
I'm not calling it a must win tonight because I think they're gonna win.
Yeah, I think they're
one of those.
Big favorite tonight.
You're playing a bad team. You're at home. You're a big favorite. You found your way. You get some saves. And you should be fine.
Well, that part I don't know about that part, but the rest of it I like.
I thought one of the moves that's made a difference for them offensively is adding Jakobi Meyers, good pickup for him. Probably a guy that's quite honestly been undervalued in his career, but going against him in New England, ton of respect for his game.
Sean McDermott on the Jaguars, he went on to talk about Jakobi Meyers as a complete blocker in the run game.
Yeah.
And as a reference that's a little deeper than all you guys might remember. It's a movie reference about Wayne's World. You seen Wayne's World? No? It's okay. Anyway. Boy, that guy knew an awful lot for a limo driver. Like, Sean McDermott's got an awful lot to say about Jakobi Meyers. Mm-hmm. Interesting. My antenna go up. If you had asked me, hey, what do you think of the Jaguars? Me, the wide receiver train obsessed idiot with this board behind me, would have said, pretty good team, especially since they got Jakobi Meyers, who's really good and has been pretty good and underrated his entire career. Instead, the Bills coach said that.
Yeah.
Just unprompted, brought up one player on the team. So I'm now at, I'm sure the list.
Very interesting.
I'm sure the list is longer than this, but I'm at 2 players this year that McDermott went, in my opinion, out of his way to praise.
Yeah.
Baker and Jakobi Meyers. He really likes Jakobi Meyers.
And called it a good pickup.
Yeah. Underrated his entire career. He said that about Baker, too. This is I know this player well. And one question I would have about all this is, we talked about it during the week. Are the Bills already starting to do their pre-scout on the Jags, on the Patriots, the teams they could have played? Did McDermott spend time this past week watching the Jags with Jakobi Meyers and it's top of his mind?
Yeah. Well, is he doing Jags prep before today, though, or is that residual from, hey, he was a guy that was available at the trade deadline, and maybe people are doing homework on him before. And This is residual from, this is what I thought of him a month ago when I thought maybe we would get him.
Yeah, right. That's very.
And now he's on the Jags.
That's very possible.
The Bills gearing up for the Jaguars. Kickoff at 1 o'clock this Sunday for Wild Card Weekend. Head coach Sean McDermott addressed the media yesterday and gave an injury update. Our own Sal Kapacio reported Bills kicker Matt Prater dealing with the quad injury is day-to-day, but they're still going to work out some kickers so they're prepared in case he can't go. Max Hairston is unlikely to play this week, and Ty Johnson is day-to-day. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres back in action tonight, hosting the Canucks at KeyBank Center. They look to get back in the win column following their win streak ending in Columbus over the weekend. Our own Paul Hamilton reports Lindy Ruff said he hopes to get Kesselring back on the ice by the end of the week. Lyon is day-to-day. He said he'll miss a little time, but it's nothing major. Puck drop is set for 7 o'clock, and all the action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. And around the NFL, lots of turnover yesterday. The Browns fired Kevin Stefanski, the Raiders fired Pete Carroll, and the Cardinals fired Jonathan Gannon. In other news, the Bengals will retain head coach Zach Taylor and general manager Duke Tobin next season. Joe Flacco told reporters he isn't considering retirement and wants to play in 2026. And Dolphins quarterback Tua Tagovailoa said he is open to a fresh start elsewhere in 2026. He said, quote, "That would be dope. I would be good with it." Tagovailoa even confirmed to reporters that he understood that meant a fresh start with a different team. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Yeah, I mean, just going back on that, you want to be able to protect everyone in a game like yesterday. Unfortunately, you're not able to, right? And, with our situation and the way it was, we have normally four corners on the roster. About a month and a half ago, we went down to 3. So looking at the practice squad, because of the ups we needed to have, we went to a linebacker position first, losing TB in the Eagles game. And so with that, we felt like we needed an extra linebacker to go into the game. And then with the defensive ends, getting Joey some rest, getting Greg some rest, both, we got Judon up so that we had 3. So unfortunately, we weren't able to get Dane up. Dane was out of ups anyway at that point. So we would have to cut somebody to bring up another corner. So unfortunately, we're a little landlocked there. Would have loved to have been able to rotate somebody. But that's where we're at right now. So,
Bills head coach Sean McDermott, a lengthy explanation on Maxwell Hairston playing and got injured. He won't play this week. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. And that lays out, sometimes the numbers, the roster struggles you can have when you would like to play no one, right? You'd like to, let's get these players off the field. Well, somebody's got to go on the field.
I got an idea that they could have, for something they could have done that they've actually done before. 2019 in the finale against the New York Jets, guess who the Bills played at corner in the fourth quarter?
I feel like I'm going to get this because you've said it before. Isaiah McKenzie.
Yeah.
That's right. All right.
Put Keon out there. He's already doing punts, right? Standing in the wrong place on punts. I mean, why as well put him in the wrong place at corner?
Imagine finding out he's just some lockdown corner.
He's big, right? Like, imagine yeah, let's see it.
I'll just say...
Go up and knock it down. We know he can't catch it when he's up that high, so knock it down. That's easier. He become he's got the basketball background. Hey, it's not really working out throwing you these alley-oops, so instead, you're going to stand at the rim and you're just going to swat it away.
Yeah.
You're going to be Giannis at the rim. Come on. Keon at corner. Do it. They show it's too late now.
Yeah.
It's too late. Don't do it on Sunday.
So on that answer, I had someone, I'll just say to me, a little heads up there on McDermott talking about we really used to have corners. We'd like to have more corners. We don't have more. Like they're supposed to have Darius Slay and they don't. Because if they didn't make the Darius Slay move, they have Jamarcus Ingram instead. Like kind of pointing out there.
Right.
This is where sometimes a roster move can be a problem. Instead, they get that safety.
Yeah.
But the numbers game can be tough. So, anyway, 803-0550. Bills and Jags come Sunday, 1 o'clock. Not a great history between the Bills and the Jags.
No, if they were to lose another one, I mean, I have to start hating the Jags at some point here because they're 2-0 against the Bills in the playoffs, right? They won in 96. That's Kelly's last game, and that was an upset. They won in 17. They've won a lot of annoying games against the Bills, even though they've really been bad for most of their history.
The London game.
Both London games.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry, both London games. I was at one of them and I left early. Only to find out the Bills came all the way back in and still lost.
And then the one a couple of years ago was really annoying, and they beat the Bills with Urban Meyer 9-6 or whatever the score of that game was.
Yep.
They've just not had. They smoked them the last time they played.
Yeah.
But other than that, is Matt Jones a name I want here?
Wow.
Scoring touchdowns against the Bills.
Matt Jones.
One of those drought games with Lossman, I think. Yeah, Matt Jones, like converted quarterback that scored like 3 touchdowns against the Bills in a game.
Are you trying to launch a little Remember Some Jags right here?
I mean, a little bit.
I might be up for it. Remember Some Jags.
Yeah.
John Henderson.
Okay.
Guy that used to get slapped in the face before the games.
Yeah, right.
Right?
Uh-huh. David Garrard. Yeah.
They had 2 big... Marcus Stroud, former Bill.
Yes.
Marcus Stroud.
Yeah.
He and Henderson in the middle. Jimmy Smith, Keenan McCardell.
Yep.
Remember Some Jags.
Sal asked me this yesterday on the Extra Point Show, and I'm curious how you guys would feel about it. Do you care at all? Like, does the history of these two teams and the gross games and the losses, and does any of that scare you or impact how you think about this game?
No, I would say I would give history a little bit of a note or a nod there if it's like Ravens Steelers, because Harbaugh and Tomlin have coached against each other a million times.
Right.
Yeah.
Whereas Liam Cohen's never gone against Sean McDermott. I mean, last year would have been, he's with the Bucs. They don't play the Bucs last year.
Right.
They probably have crossed paths somewhere, but head coach against another head coach, and Joe Brady against this defensive coordinator who's kind of all the rage there in Jacksonville in a one-off match play kind of game. This is where it shifts to match play. I kind of made this point during the offseason and preseason a lot. Point differential, who you played in the regular season, blah, blah, blah. Like, none of that matters anymore. Now, it's flat-out match play. You play them. Who's better? Who's going to win this match? That might be a better team, but you might match up in a certain way. And, we've seen the Bills' defense have its share of troubles in match play against the Chiefs in the playoffs, and they don't have to play in that match this year, but maybe there's someone else lurking. Maybe it's Sean Payton scheming stuff up during the bye week and getting Bo Nix in a good spot. I don't know. I like the Bills' chances on Sunday, but I have a healthy respect for what the Jags have done. They made a big trade at the deadline. They're doing it without Travis Hunter, of course, the number 2 overall pick.
Yep.
He's not on the field for them.
Yep.
And with the injury, so they're doing it, and they've got 3 good receivers. They've got a pretty good tight end. The running back is pretty good. The quarterback is playing better than he has probably his entire career.
Yeah, this coach, and Liam Cohen, has only ran into McDermott, I believe, 1 time in his career. He was the Rams OC in 2022.
Okay, so that's the 31-10.
That's the opener.
All right,
that's Only even like a quarter of a matchup, it feels like, though, because we all know Sean McVay runs that offense and calls the plays.
Yeah.
So he would have been the coordinator, but that's not like play caller versus play caller, but that's the closest you'll get. He was only in Tampa for 1 year. I think he's great. The energy, him and Ben Johnson are both these kind of guys, aren't there? Like where they're jumping into their players in the locker room. Like something about the young coach that if you can nail down, like your overall team culture and whatnot, and you have that elite play calling ability on top of it, like that's where I want to live as an NFL organization with who my head coach is. Like McDermott is a great coach, and I'm not rushing to replace him for, Kevin Stefanski this morning. But if I can land on that guy and he's my play caller and I know I'm just going to have him forever. And I don't have to worry about in 2 years who I'm hiring to run my offense. I just have that guy forever. I mean, I think the Jags have maybe struck gold with this guy.
803-0550. Mark in Rochester is up next as we continue talking Bills-Jags. Sal coming up at 7:30. Tage Thompson at 8. And the Sabres play the Canucks tonight at KeyBank Center. Mark, good morning.
Hey, guys, how's it going? I watched the clip on the pressure on McDermott, and I think we're pointing the finger in the wrong direction. I think the real conversation right now needs to be about Brandon Beane, because anything other than a Super Bowl this year, I feel, is Beane's completely whiffing at the trade deadline. I mean, this offense is screaming for one more weapon. He sat on his hands, and now we're talking about an entirely different season, entirely different ceiling for these playoffs, and different playoff picture because he didn't pull the trigger on a single one. Imagine if we had Jalen Waddle right now, what we'd be talking about for the ceiling of this team going into the playoffs.
Yeah, I don't know. Waddle was never my favorite of the ideas, but I understand. Trust me, I understand the general point. And
what about Meyers? What if they had traded for Myers? How different do we think it would be right now?
He'd be their best.
Would they have ascended on passing the ball like the Jags have?
Probably.
Because the Jags have hit another level since they got him. Would the Bills have hit another level?
Yes, and here's why I'll say why. Yes, haven't the Bills kind of hit another level since adding Brandon Cooks? Like they've hit something that they weren't hitting before.
Yeah, they didn't score many points in the game that he went off in, but sure.
All right, but they have that element, and the fact that he was one of the players inactive on Sunday in the finale. Sure, veteran rest day. I was glad he was inactive. Like, he's important. You don't really have anybody that's been able to consistently do what he's done for you in just a couple of games. And the only benefit to playing Cooks, if they had played him, would have been more chemistry with Allen, but Allen's not playing. Yeah. So if I know I'm getting a Mitch Trubisky game, I don't need to show more Brandon Cooks in my game against the Jets. I'm going to go be happy for, just sit him on the bench and hope it all comes together. Myers could be an answer, right? McDermott praising Myers yesterday, unprompted, made me wonder, did McDermott pound the table for, let's go get Jakobi Meyers? There are plenty of Bills fans that think all he wants is defensive players. Every draft pick, every free agent, they can't entertain the idea that Sean McDermott indeed does want the other good players. Was he pounding the table for Jakobi Meyers at the deadline and the Bills staff thought not the right fit? Mm-hmm. The fact that McDermott mentions, unprompted, Myers and his run blocking, that's something that you need to be good at if you're going to be a part of this offense. And it's, what do you think of the Jaguars? And he gets to Jakobi Meyers blocks well. All right, that's top of mind. Olave, had he moved, would have been, that's a game changer for me. Shaheed did some nice things there in Seattle, and we'll see. Now they're in the playoffs,
he's the huge reason why they're the 1 seed. It was a punt return.
He had 2 big plays in a game. Right.
Yeah, but they're the 1 seed because of it. Because of big contributions from him.
They beat the Rams.
And Myers is the reason I think the Jags have gotten hot. And he's not going off in every game, by the way. His numbers are fine. They're not explosive. But I think what he's really done is he's put everyone in the roles they're supposed to be in. Brian Thomas is now more just the big play guy than, he's got to be our do-it-all, over the middle, tough catches on third down. Now you have Myers doing all of that and your separation. So now that I feel like maybe, it's thinking of the Detroit offense a little bit. Myers becomes their Amon-Ra St. Brown so that Brian Thomas can become their Jameson Williams.
Right. If you look at Brian Thomas Jr., you might think this is a fantasy football point. It probably is a fantasy football point, but the targets he had pre and post Myers, it's jarring. Pre Myers, here's Brian Thomas Jr. targets in games. When is the trade deadline? It's right at the end of October, right? October 31st,
Yeah,
maybe Halloween?
Meyers' first game with the Jags was on November 9th.
Okay.
So that's week...
Gotcha. So since then...
Week 10?
Since then,
yeah.
Brian Thomas Jr.'s targets, 3-6-7, 3-7-5.
Yeah.
Before Jakobi Meyers shows up, 7-12, 6-7, 6-10, 7.
Right.
Like he was getting double-digit targets. They bring in Meyers to be more of the do-everything receiver, and Brian Thomas Jr.'s, they're not hunting for him to do other stuff now. And then, of course, there's Parker Washington, who, again, he's a nice young player that's kind of found a role there.
The yak.
He
does more, but when he's got the ball in his hands, he's dangerous. He's their punt returner, too. So
yeah. And they get him the ball a lot. Like the last 3 games, 10, 10, and 9 on targets for him.
Yeah.
He had 10 targets in Denver, had 145.
Yep.
So that might be a guy to be aware of. I'm sure the Bills will be. Their pass defense is among the best in football. Dennis in Lockport is up next. Hey, Dennis, good morning.
Hey, guys. Hey, I was listening to you guys talk about some scenarios with players. Couple of things. One, for OC, I'd like to see him bring back the ball. That's one of those guys. Okay, he didn't make it as a head coach. Keep him here. Just pay the guy. He was the Josh Whisperer. But as for players, why not just use Davis for our extra points on a field goal? We already know he can do it. And then you're not too far off on Coleman. If you remember Matt Hollins trucking somebody on a punt return, and he didn't just hit him. He nailed a guy like into another day. But that might not be a bad idea if you have a wide receiver, if you're down on a cornerback, kind of covering, maybe not a top-end wide receiver, but somebody who could make a difference because they already know the route running. And Coleman is kind of a big guy, and then, they might think, hey, we can get away with it. You never know. He might maybe he could catch a ball because he'll actually intercept something instead of catching something actually thrown to him.
I think we're mostly kidding about that, just as some play him out there. And by mostly, I mean fully kidding. I have no expectation.
And I think we are even him doing it on special teams or whatnot. I don't know. Like Shavers is doing that. I don't think Coleman's going to get a jersey on Sunday. Right? Wouldn't it be stunning?
He won't.
If he was active,
he won't.
It would be incredible. And on the Ray Davis thing, unless you were just speaking for Week 18. I saw that we got that question yesterday too. You might trust Ray Davis to kick a couple of extra points. What if you have a 47-yard field goal to win the game at the end?
I also don't.
How do you feel?
Right. I don't even know if you should trust him to hit extra points. He hit one in a preseason game.
Right. I need a real kicker.
Yeah.
And I think it needs to be someone that isn't Prater. I would be terrified of him getting injured in the middle of a game, and then I'm stuck. So even if he practices and it's he thinks he's ready to go, but we did this last week and we lost our kicker in the second quarter, and what if that happens in a playoff game? The re-injury risk for Prater, I would almost just say right now, get another guy and make him your kicker.
Yeah. Ray Davis hit an extra point in August.
Yeah.
Now, maybe for
it's
this
a good story in the preseason.
Sure. I was also going to say, maybe of all the games you could possibly play, week 1 of the playoffs, 78 degrees in Jacksonville, is the closest to August you'll get. But if you're going to, if your next game is New England and it's cold and snow and wind, all of a sudden it's not an extra point in the preseason for Ray Davis. I don't know.
Show me the Ray Davis was good from chart also on that. It was if it was 30 yards, was it good from 40? I want to know. How far did it really travel?
I did just watch it. I would say it was not exactly. It was a fairway finder. It got the job done. It was not exactly the prettiest kick you've ever seen. It. If Ray Davis is kicking extra points, you're getting one blocked. It was low.
Yeah, I can't risk it.
TJ in Ontario. Hey, TJ.
Yeah, good morning. I think the most fearsome team they have right now is the Texans. Nobody's talking about them. They got a good coach, they got a good coordinator, and a great defense. I think the Texans are going to give every team a hard time. And the Bills, if they ever meet the Bills in the playoff, the Bills better watch out. I love the Bills, but I don't think they could beat Texans. And I think on Sunday, the Texans are going to annihilate Pittsburgh. They're going to destroy them. And they're going to show that they are for real. What do you think about that?
I think if I'm Pittsburgh, I'm maybe happy I got the Texans because the Texans' offense is not that good. and Mike Tomlin's usual loss by 30 in the playoffs might not happen this time because I don't have a lot of belief in the Texans' offense. Their defense is great. I wouldn't say nobody's talking about the Texans. We talked about them a lot because the Bills lost to them. The good news is if you're the Bills matching up against the Texans, it is not happening until the AFC Championship game, right?
Unless you get your if you get your Chargers upset over the Patriots,
right? I guess if it goes 5, 6, 7. Okay, if 5, 6, 7 all win,
is that crazy?
Then you're going to Houston.
How crazy is that? That 5, 6, 7 could all win.
It's not crazy at all.
Because if you think the Chargers can beat the Patriots, then
I do.
You're picking the two favorites then. Texans are favored in Pittsburgh, and the Bills are favored in Jacksonville.
Yeah, I don't think it's crazy.
So you could
go 5, 6, 7.
You could see Bills-Texans in round 2. I think that's very and that would be in Houston, which would be
tough,
really, really
tough.
But
the Bills might bring alterations to the game plan.
I also feel like
protection.
This is how we talked about this yesterday for just a minute. That the way the NFL schedule is set up is, I mean, if the Bills lose, then you might not even watch games the rest of the day, right? Like it's a totally different animal. But if the Bills win against the Jags on Sunday, and we know that they're going to the next round, then that night you are, I think, rooting very hard for the Chargers to beat New England. And then Monday night, I mean, the difference between going to Houston and going to Pittsburgh, because you would have if say the Chargers have beaten New England, like you think will happen, then you'll go to Monday night knowing we're playing the winner of this game.
Yeah.
And man, the difference in feeling between playing the Texans and playing the Steelers on the road. It's just night and everyone here would be the biggest Steeler fans that have ever existed.
I think so.
I'm going to pull out my Troy Polamalu jersey from when I was 7 years old and see if that still fits. Like I am so in on the Steelers to win that game.
Would the Steelers give Tomlin another decade if he won a playoff game? It's been a long time.
Sure, right. 10 years.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
It's been 10 years.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. One thing on the Texans, I think the Seahawks are who everyone thinks the Texans are. The Seahawks are good on offense, too.
Yeah.
Not great, and you might wonder about Darnold, but which offense would I have more faith in, the Seahawks or the Texans? My answer is Seattle. And their defense is every bit as good.
Right.
So I think
I would agree with that. The Texans, though, have not. When was the last time the Texans lost a football game? Week 9.
Okay. Who'd they lose to? The Jags?
The Broncos. They beat the Jags right at the end. Touchdown at the buzzer.
That's right.
36-29. Yeah, they've beat the Bills since then. They're again though, like, and everyone's got a little bit of this. Who have they beaten in this stretch? They beat the Jags, beat the Bills. It's kind of it.
Who, the Texans?
Yeah.
They have a great resume. Their losses are all...
Their resume in the season is pretty good.
They only have losses to good teams.
You know, I would want to stop that anyway because they played the Chiefs with Mahomes and they beat the Chargers with Herbert. Like that's 4 really good wins right there.
Sure.
Jags, Bills, Chiefs with Mahomes and the Chargers. Like that's a good resume.
Zoe in Buffalo before the break. Hey, Zoe, good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good.
I think the Bills going to be pretty fine moving forward. A lot of people, they want to think like, oh, Ray Davis. Ray Davis is good. I think we played the Jets. They was backing off. They wanted to get out of the game healthy. But what still concerns me is Coleman. And you be like, okay, it's year 2. He's been suspended. And I feel like he still doesn't get it. He still got that immatureness about him. Like, grow up a little bit. Like, I never seen somebody else score a touchdown and they beg for the ball to spike it. Why are you begging for the ball and you ain't even score?
I noticed this was on the Ray Davis touchdown. Yeah. I noticed this too. Yeah.
Like that's kind of corny. Like,
but Bag might be a little strong, by the way. Like he was in the area and Davis handed him the ball.
The Bills. Wait. Hold on. Stop. Zoe, hang on 1 second. Like, listen, I'm here to tell you everything about Keon Coleman as a player. Don't the Bills on almost every touchdown hand the ball to someone else to spike it? Isn't that absolutely routine?
Yeah, they handed it to him. Not you asked for it. He asked for it. Look at the clip. He reached his arm out like, "Give me the ball, and I want to spike it." The linemen kind of sit there and wait and see who you're going to give it to. They kind of act like they don't want the ball when they give it to him.
I don't know, man. I think.
I think Bag is strong. I think like usually the linemen are the ones who spike it. That's why I thought in the moment it was a little weird, but I didn't think anything of it.
Yeah, I don't want to get on him too much for that. If you're mad at him about his play and as a player, I think that's all fine. And I'm not even saying you're wrong. I guess I didn't notice it. I didn't think too much of it. I just know that the Bills often have someone else spike the ball.
Right, they do. But isn't it always lineman?
I mean, I kind of thought it was always lineman.
I thought it was always lineman. He also punted the ball straight up into the air on the 2-point conversion.
What's wrong with that?
I know.
You're looking too hard. Be mad at the things that are worth being mad about, I guess. Whatever.
But if your thing right now is no one thinks you take this job seriously,
punting the ball in the air after a score is not.
And maybe that's even happening in your locker room. Do you have teammates that are looking like, look at this idiot out here right now? Like,
sure.
This dude hasn't done his job in months, and he's out here acting like he just won the Super Bowl on a 2-point conversion against the Jets up 40. But I'm just saying that could have happened.
That's an outcome that is based on everything else, not this moment.
Right. That's
sure,
right.
Sure.
That's
so
right.
I guess if you're saying like as part of the picture.
Yeah. No. Yeah. It's exclusively as part of the picture. Like, right. If Ray Davis had done that, or anybody else had done that, wouldn't have thought a second thought about it. But this guy,
if a player think was, if a good player did it, it's okay.
Anybody that is seemingly doing their job. This is the guy that is seemingly been late all year and might not be taking his job seriously. And like, if that's you, then I think it's different than anybody else. If anybody else does it because you're showing up to work and you're putting 100% in all the time, then you should never get any criticism for it. But if you're not doing that,
okay.
Yeah, that's the only point I'm trying to make here.
I get it. And so I get what you're saying. It's similar to when he was a healthy scratch and Ocho Cinco and Shannon Sharp are looking at his mannerisms on the sideline saying like, buddy, you're a scratch. You can't be acting a certain...
all this at the end of the day is probably noise anyway. I think it's probably likely that he's played his last snap for the Buffalo Bills.
I mean, barring injury, that's probably correct.
Yeah. I would be surprised if we ever see him in a Bills uniform again.
803-0550. Sal on the other side. We'll check in on what happened at yesterday's presser. Sean McDermott talking about the Jaguars, Bills in a playoff week as we get ready. Bills and Jags, the next chapter. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
I thought one of the moves that's made a difference for them offensively is adding Jakobi Meyers, good pickup for him. Probably a guy that's quite honestly been undervalued in his career, but going against him in New England, ton of respect for his game.
Sean McDermott on the Jaguars. He went on to talk about Jakobi Meyers as a complete blocker in the run game.
Yeah.
And as a reference that's a little deeper than all you guys might remember. It's a movie reference about Wayne's World. You seen Wayne's World? No? It's okay. Anyway. Boy, that guy knew an awful lot for a limo driver. Like, Sean McDermott's got an awful lot to say about Jakobi Meyers. Mm-hmm. Interesting. My antenna go up. If you had asked me, hey, what do you think of the Jaguars? Me, the wide receiver train obsessed idiot with this board behind me, would have said, pretty good team, especially since they got Jakobi Meyers, who's really good and has been pretty good and underrated his entire career. Instead, the Bills coach said that.
Yeah.
Just unprompted, brought up one player on the team. So I'm now at, I'm sure the list...
Very interesting.
I'm sure the list is longer than this, but I'm at 2 players this year that McDermott went, in my opinion, out of his way to praise.
Yeah.
Baker and Jakobi Meyers. He really likes Jakobi Meyers.
And called it a good pickup.
Yeah, underrated his entire career. He said that about Baker, too. Like, this is I know this player well. And one question I would have about all this is, like, we talked about it during the week. Are the Bills already starting to do their pre-scout on the Jags, on the Patriots, the teams they could have played? Like, did McDermott spend time this past week watching the Jags with Jakobi Meyers and it's top of his mind?
Yeah. Well, is he doing Jags prep before today, though? Or is that residual from, hey, he was a guy that was available at the trade deadline and maybe people are doing homework on him then before? And this is residual from, this is what I thought of him a month ago when I thought maybe we would get him.
Yeah, right. That's very
And now he's on the Jags.
That's very possible.
Sal asked me this yesterday on the Extra Point Show, and I'm curious how you guys would feel about it. Do you care at all? Like, does the history of these two teams and the gross games and the losses, and does any of that scare you or impact how you think about this game?
No, I would say I would give history a little bit of a note or a nod there if it's like Ravens Steelers, because Harbaugh and Tomlin have coached against each other a million times.
Right.
Yeah.
Whereas Liam Cohen's never gone against Sean McDermott. Last year would have been, he's with the Bucs. They don't play the Bucs last year.
Right.
They probably have crossed paths somewhere, but head coach against another head coach, and Joe Brady against this defensive coordinator who's kind of all the rage there in Jacksonville in a one-off match play kind of game. This is where it shifts to match play. I kind of made this point during the offseason and preseason a lot. Point differential, who you played in the regular season, blah, blah, blah. Like, none of that matters anymore. Now, it's flat-out match play. You play them. Who's better? Who's going to win this match? That might be a better team, but you might match up in a certain way. And, we've seen the Bills' defense have its share of troubles in match play against the Chiefs in the playoffs, and they don't have to play in that match this year, but maybe there's someone else lurking. Maybe it's Sean Payton scheming stuff up during the bye week and getting Bo Nix in a good spot. I don't know. I like the Bills' chances on Sunday, but I have a healthy respect for what the Jags have done. They made a big trade at the deadline. They're doing it without Travis Hunter, of course, the number 2 overall pick.
Yep.
He's not on the field for them.
Yep.
And with the injury, so they're doing it, and they've got 3 good receivers. They've got a pretty good tight end. The running back is pretty good. The quarterback is playing better than he has probably his entire career.
Yeah, this coach, and Liam Cohen, has only ran into McDermott, I believe, 1 time in his career. He was the Rams OC in 2022.
Okay, so that's the 31-10?
That's the opener.
All right.
That's only even like a quarter of a matchup, it feels like, though, because we all know Sean McVay runs that offense and calls the plays.
Yeah.
So he would have been the coordinator, but that's not like play caller versus play caller, but that's the closest you'll get. He was only in Tampa for 1 year. I think he's great.
The Bills gearing up for the Jaguars kickoff at 1 o'clock this Sunday for Wild Card Weekend. Head coach Sean McDermott addressed the media yesterday, gave an injury update. Our own Sal Kapacio reported Bills kicker Matt Prater dealing with the quad injury is day-to-day, but they're still going to work out some kickers so they're prepared in case he can't go. Max Hairston is unlikely to play this week, and Ty Johnson is day-to-day. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report. Brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres in action tonight hosting the Canucks at KeyBank Center. They look to get back in the win column following their streak ending in Columbus over the weekend. Our own Paul Hamilton reports Lindy Ruff said that he hopes to get Kesselring on the ice by the end of the week. Lyon is in the day-to-day category. He said he'll miss a little time, and it's nothing major. Puck drop is set for 7 o'clock, and all the action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, some turnover yesterday. The Browns fired Coach Kevin Stefanski, the Raiders fired Coach Pete Carroll, and the Cardinals fired Coach Jonathan Gannon. In other news, the Bengals will retain head coach Zach Taylor and general manager Duke Tobin next season. Joe Flacco told reporters he's not considering retirement and wants to play in 2026. And Dolphins quarterback Tua Tagovailoa said he is open to a fresh start elsewhere in 2026. He said, quote, "That would be dope. I would be good with it." Tagovailoa even confirmed to reporters that he understood that meant a fresh start with a different team. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Quick check-in with Mr. Sal Kapacio. It's playoff week. He's been kind enough to give us a few minutes here. Sal, good morning. How are you today? A rainy Tuesday in store, so plan accordingly.
Yeah, I think it's going to get a little warmer this week here in Western New York.
Maybe 50s on Thursday?
But it's going to be mid-60s, maybe even a little tick higher than that Sunday in Jacksonville. So, yeah, I mean, normally, obviously it's a Tuesday, and normally I don't come on, and the Bills are off today. The Bills are off, but obviously news yesterday, and it's playoff week. So, we a lot to talk about here, of course, leading into what's happening before that nice warm weather game in Jacksonville. I think it's going to be, by the way, it's going to be like 80 when we land on Saturday.
I was just going to say, I forgot to be mad at you, because if they'd gone to New England, no one would be upset. But you're just going to Florida.
Yeah.
Were you very excited about that prospect?
Yeah, I mean, I kept thinking about it, and all the different. In fact, when Pat Hammer was on with me last week, I said, man, we got like 5 different cities we could be talking about next week. And he's like, oh, yeah, and they're all extremely different weather, right? And I looked, it was like 50-degree difference between New England and Foxborough and Jacksonville. So, yes, I am excited for that part of it to, this time of year, go to someplace that's a little bit warmer.
You could have a little playoff run here where you go Jacksonville in the first week. You go to Houston in the second week. I don't know if you can avoid the cold, though, in
Denver and Buffalo.
If they made it to the championship.
Yeah.
Okay, listen, if it's Bills, if it's Jacksonville this week and then Houston next week, that is setting up for a possible – the only way that could happen is if the Chargers win, which then you're thinking okay, I'll gladly come back to Buffalo and Orchard Park for a championship game.
It would be incredible. All right, so yesterday Sean McDermott was asked about the Jaguars to kind of get into a playoff mode week. What impressions did you get from what they had to say about this Jacksonville team they're coming up against off 8 straight wins?
Yeah, I mean, Sean McDermott talking about, as he always does, how good the opponent is, how impressed he is, but no doubt about it. You guys, I think, have talked a little bit about this morning. He specifically, brought up how good they've been since they added Jakobi Meyers, and he said he's always been a fan of his, respect for his game, playing against him, not only in the passing game, but as a blocker as well. Talented football team, playing well in all 3 phases, and that's right, guys. And look, I think a really big story this week is the Bills being without Matt Prater right now. We don't know if he's going to play or not. The Bills are going to bring in kickers today to work them out. We'll see who that is. They'll have a plan A with Prater hopefully able to play, a plan B in case he's not, and then have somebody on the ready. And then on the other side of the field, you have a kicker who's kicking record kicks. He has the top 2 longest kicks ever in the National Football League, including a 67-yarder last week in Cam Little. So, yeah, I think all 3 phases really, really matter this week.
To dig a little further into the kicker decision, Sal, do you think there's anything to be made from if they bring somebody in? We had a caller suggest Ray Davis earlier, and I don't know. I don't want to say it's completely a coin toss, whoever they bring in, but I just watched Baltimore miss a kick to go to the playoffs, and right before it, Mike Tirico was talking about how when they got this guy in, Tyler Loop, they talked to him, and they were so convinced that he's so good for these moments, and then he misses. Kicker voodoo on some level. I can't sit here and tell you any one of the 3 guys they could line up for tryouts would be a better idea than any other.
Agreed with you. I mean, if they're out there right now, they're out there for a reason, right? They haven't been on a team. They're not, on an actual NFL roster right now, and there's only 32 of those jobs in the world, maybe a few more if teams have an extra kicker or practice squad, whatever. You get the point, but I agree with that. It's something you have to look into. There are names, people are floating around names. I've heard the name Rodrigo Blankenship by a couple of people. Somebody called yesterday. He's in the UFL right now, right? He's playing for the St. Louis Battlehawks, right? Younghoe Koo was a guy they brought in 2 weeks ago as a tryout, along with Matthew Wright. Now, Matthew Wright's a name to keep an eye on. He actually was with the Bills during training camp / preseason, I think, when the initial injury to Tyler Bass happened. So, you want to get somebody in who also is familiar a bit with your operation, with Reed Ferguson, with, I guess in this case, Mitch Wisnowski, but the Bills have gone through multiple punters since then. So I think there's a lot to consider here when it comes to who you might want to bring in, but I think that is one of them, Jeremy, for sure.
Do you think part of the consideration, Sal, for Prater's availability this week isn't just whether he practices, but that he left last week? I guess, he could say I'm ready to go. It? Yeah, but how nervous do you think they might be from, okay, he thinks he's ready to go and we think he's ready to go, but he just got re-injured in the middle of a game, and if that happens in a playoff game, that could be a nightmare.
100%. They have to be really sure, Joe, that he's beyond that point. This week's going to be really much relying on the medical staff for that information for Matt Prater. And, Matt Prater is the longest, he's the oldest player, I should say, in the Bills locker room. He's one of the oldest players in the NFL. If not the oldest, actually, right now. I have to look. But
are we counting Phillip Rivers? If we're not counting Phillip Rivers, I think he's the oldest.
There you go. I think at least because you have a guy that has kicked so long, he's been in the league so long, he's going to understand and be honest and say, I don't think Matt Prater's going to go, oh, yeah, I'll be fine when he knows that he could be in a compromised position. So he's going to have to be honest, and the medical staff's going to have to be honest and do their due diligence, and I do think that's something they have to consider.
Maxwell Hairston out for this game. He will not play, right? And neither will Ed Oliver. They're not bringing him off IR, which, maybe we got to wait a week or two, or we'll see on that. But on Hairston, Sal, McDermott spoke about how it's unfortunate, the numbers. He kind of laid out how it is difficult to sit everyone and try and rotate players in. But looking forward to this game, how big of a loss is Hairston in this one?
It's huge. And it really just, like last night, just sitting around thinking about, man, the Bills have been down a corner every year in the playoffs, right? I mean, They lost last year. They lost Benford in the championship game. I think Benford got hurt the year before, 2 years before. I can't remember if he played in the other Kansas City game in Buffalo. Like there's been multiple injuries. Remember the Pittsburgh game? I think he might have got hurt the week before that. They just feels like they're down a corner.
Trey White in the 13 seconds game wasn't available because he tore his ACL.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Whether it was a week before or during the game, the Bills just seem to lose a corner right around playoff time. Anyway, this corner is particularly very important to them because A, he provides really solid depth and even in a rotation basis. Now, honestly, maybe he wouldn't even play many snaps against the Jacksonville Jaguars because Trey White's playing well. He's a veteran. I get it. But this is a team in Jacksonville that can spread you out. They have speed on the field. They really want to attack matchups. And I think that's where Max Hairston would be really nice to have because he can be a guy that you can have on the field to counter those matchups and say, okay, we're going to match you speed for speed. The other area is this is a Jacksonville team that's going to force you to tackle. They're going to get the ball in guys' hands. You have to tackle. And Max Hairston isn't the biggest. We know this. And I know the knock on him, quote unquote, out of college was tackling. Guys, he's been a very willing tackler. He's actually been physical this year when he's been in there. I like what I've seen from him. Unfortunately, he did get hurt on a play in which he was tackling somebody and he got twisted up and rolled up upon. As far as the numbers are concerned, and I've seen the criticism, I totally get it, right? I mean, in any situation like this, if you lose one player, one starter, fans are going to be upset. Why was this guy playing? I mean, someone texted me yesterday, tweeted me, I should say, and said, well, they could have had Sam Franklin or Savage or Cam Lewis. They were all playing at the time. Savage got hurt the play before that. Sam Franklin was in on that play. Sam Franklin was. He was playing safety on that play. Who do you want to pick? They were all already playing. The Bills started 9 out of 11. Their starters were different than a normal starter. 9 out of 11 guys were backups. And it came to a point where, sure, I mean, you could pick, and Sean was even asked yesterday, would you ever get to a spot where you would even put a guy out there who's not even a corner to save on guys? And sure, he said, yeah, you think about those things. But guys, I mean, football players are football players. And Jordan Hancock was a name. He was already playing. He was on the field. And then he had to go to boundary corner. I would say that's also a tough situation when you put a guy in a spot where he doesn't normally play. So I just think it was a really tough needle to thread in that situation. It was unfortunate.
Sal Kapacio joining us on the Worcester Hotline. One more thing before we go, Sal. What are you picking up? What are you learning about this Jaguars defense? We know they've won 8 in a row. Jakobi Meyers at the deadline, what they've done. I'm seeing a lot more about how their defensive coordinator, he's one of these guys that does it all in a lab, right? He cooks it up. And what they've done defensively to get after the passer, to get after some pretty good quarterbacks, they can be troubling. And I'm seeing a lot that it's a big stress on the quarterback to get protection calls right. Has that been something that the Bills this year have had more trouble with than years past? Is this maybe a sore spot for the Bills that it's going to be important to button up in the matchup?
No doubt. One thing I've seen them do that I've seen lately online is they've been moving Josh Hines-Allen and who's their big defensive tackle? My apologies right now. I can't think of him right now. Walker. No, not Walker. The guy they drafted a couple years ago really high. They're putting on the same side, rushing the passer.
Eric Armstead?
No, not Eric Armstead.
Okay.
The defensive tackle.
Trayvon Walker? No, he's the end.
That might have been it. Might have been it. But either way, the point is they're putting him on the same side, and apparently that's been a really big boost for them. Teams have to account for both these guys on the same side. They've been moving them around, so that's one thing. I agree with that. It's funny you say that, Jeremy. The numbers are they do not actually sack the passer that well. Yeah. They're 30th in the NFL in sacks per pass attempt, only a little over 5%. But what they do is, to your point, which is right, they put stress on the offense to figure it out. And even if they don't get to you, they force mistakes. They actually have 22 interceptions on the year. 22 interceptions. The Jets had 0. Think about that for a second, right? I mean, they get after the passer, and they are aggressive. They have a very high interception rate. They lead the league. Let me see if they actually lead the league total in takeaways. They are second, 31 total takeaways, 9 fumble recoveries. So, I mean, that's going to be a premium this week is ball security and Josh Allen knowing what he's seeing and getting those calls right.
Sal Kapacio on the Western Hotline. Thanks, Sal.
You got it, guys.
Quick check-in from Sal. We'll talk to him again throughout the week as it's Bills and Jags. Get more of your phone calls in as well, 803-0550. Looking at the EPA per dropback for the Jags. Like their defense, an EPA per dropback, number 1 is Houston, number 2 is Minnesota, number 3 is Cleveland, and then the Jags are right there tied with Seattle on dropback EPA. The Bills are not too far from behind them with the Chargers and the Rams. So a lot of good playoff teams. This is usually it. Stop the pass. That's how you make the playoffs. Stop the pass.
Yep.
The Browns and Vikings notwithstanding. That said, they have quarterback issues. When we return, you may not trust Tom Brady to do a lot of things, but I think I have something I'm ready to trust him to do. I'll tell you what that is next. For all of the it's now or never for Josh Allen, which of course I think is absurd, shouldn't that conversation really be about the coach?
About McDermott?
Yeah. About no Mahomes, no Lamar, no Burrow in the playoffs. I know we treat this like it's quarterbacks head-to-head, but Josh Allen points scored against Mahomes are often enough to win games. 36, 29, 24, and a missed field goal, right? And Burrow. Like, okay, they played one game against Burrow and they scored 10. Great. He played Burrow one time in the playoffs. Lamar. Like, they put up points against Lamar last time they played. That game is 29-28 or whatever the score is. Like, So, aren't we really talking about whether or not we get another year where the head coach, where the defense rolls into the playoffs and, all right, here's your moment. Here's your game. You can't give up stats that are akin to the 2007 Patriots playing against you when it's a team we've seen other teams be able to stop. Because that's the story of this Bills playoff existence is you run up against the Chiefs, and yes, they have a Hall of Fame coach and a soon-to-be Hall of Fame or future Hall of Fame quarterback. Yes, they have those things, but last week a team held them to 19. How come you gave up 31 on limited possessions? How come you play scared against them? How come they always have answers against you? That's almost always how we end up talking about the Bills season when it ends against the Chiefs. Now that there's no Chiefs, like there are just different teams that are good.
Yeah.
If Trevor Lawrence goes for 4 touchdowns and 297 and they lose, we're going to sit here and think, I guess what I would say is if you're someone that's been McDermott won't get them there, I think you have a better path to make that point.
Yeah.
When they lose to some other teams. It's always been kind of viewed I have to a point that the Chiefs are kryptonite on some level. Or, hey, what are you going to do? You have a couple of all-timers over there. They've got a special sauce. Now, that's not exactly the same. Liam Cohen and Trevor Lawrence are going to take your lunch money, and the conversation after that happens, if that were to happen, I think would be different.
I thought one of the moves that's made a difference for them offensively is adding Jakobi Meyers, good pickup for him. Probably a guy that's quite honestly been undervalued in his career, but going against him in New England, ton of respect for his game.
Sean McDermott on the Jaguars, he went on to talk about Jakobi Meyers as a complete blocker in the run game.
Yeah.
And as a reference that's a little deeper than all you guys might remember, it's a movie reference about Wayne's World. You seen Wayne's World? No? It's okay. Anyway. Boy, that guy knew an awful lot for a limo driver. Like, Sean McDermott's got an awful lot to say about Jakobi Meyers. Interesting. My antenna go up. If you had asked me, hey, what do you think of the Jaguars? Me, the wide receiver train obsessed idiot with this board behind me, would have said, pretty good team, especially since they got Jakobi Meyers, who's really good and has been pretty good and underrated his entire career. Instead, the Bills coach said that.
Yeah.
Just unprompted, brought up one player on the team. So I'm now at I'm sure the
Very
list,
interesting.
I'm sure the list is longer than this, but I'm at 2 players this year that McDermott went, in my opinion, out of his way to praise.
Yeah.
Baker and Jakobi Meyers. He really likes Jakobi Meyers.
And called it a good pickup.
Yeah, underrated his entire career. He said that about Baker, too. Like,
yeah,
this is I know this player well. And one question I would have about all this is, like, we talked about it during the week. Are the Bills already starting to do their pre-scout on the Jags, on the Patriots, the teams they could have played? Like, did McDermott spend time this past week watching the Jags with Jakobi Meyers, and it's top of his mind?
Yeah. Well, is he doing Jags prep before today, though? Or is that residual from, hey, he was a guy that was available at the trade deadline, and maybe people are doing homework on him before? And this is residual from, this is what I thought of him a month ago when I thought maybe we would get him.
Yeah, right. That's very
And now he's on the Jags.
That's very possible. Hey, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. It's going to be rainy this afternoon. Stay tuned. 10 minutes from now, we'll talk with Tage Thompson of the Buffalo Sabres. They play Vancouver tonight at KeyBank Center. Went to the break, told you there's not many things that I might, or you might, trust Tom Brady to do. Mm-hmm. Sometimes along the way you wonder maybe if he's the most honest. Anyway, I would trust him to hire a head coach. I think I would trust him for that. He's going to be active in the head coaching search for the Raiders. The favorite, who the favorite for the Raiders job is right now?
The favorite is Belichick.
It's Brian Flores. Now, that would be an interesting connection because Flores was with the Dolphins when the owner tried to get Brady.
Yeah.
And Flores walked onto the boat and then walked off of the boat.
Right.
So, whatever.
Right.
That story is odd. But, of course, Brady would know Brian Flores. He's in the Belichick family. He's Belichick tree.
Yeah.
Maybe they would have a good relationship, and that certain circumstance was one that Flores is not comfortable with. But yeah, I've seen a couple, the Raiders can shoot big because they have Brady. Go for Flores, and then Brian Daboll is the offensive guy. Like, who takes the head job? Who takes the coordinator, assistant coach kind of job? But
yeah,
Brady, when he's on doing his long-form interviews about quarterbacks and how coaching matters, like, don't you think Tom Brady knows which coordinators really have it and which ones don't?
I would expect that he probably does. Is he just going to hire whoever he's best buds with, though?
That might be it. But he happens to be, put it this way, he's been with a million coaches. He's seen the guys that I like that leave and, like, they didn't do too well. Like, I propped that guy up quite a bit.
Right.
And he would know, I would think, which guys helped him.
Yeah.
Like, who's really good at this versus who was just someone that worked with me.
Yeah. Like, he's not hiring Bill O'Brien just because Bill O'Brien worked with him?
I would think no.
Probably.
Maybe. He'd probably have a healthy respect for everybody, like Romeo Crennel and...
We brought up Josh McDaniel
Mangini, Josh McDaniels. Who knows about that?
He was in Vegas 2 years ago.
Yeah.
As the head coach.
I don't think that's going to be the right call.
I don't think you could run that back.
But you could probably you could convince me that Tom Brady... I don't want him running my draft, but if he's... integral in picking the coach, I think that could be... That makes sense.
You don't think he would ever hire Belichick?
I mean, that'd be the funniest thing.
There's a lot of stories Belichick is, like, desperately trying to get back in the NFL. Like, he wants in. Does he call Tom?
He's made such good decisions lately. I feel like that's the,
Right.
I don't know. 803-0550 is our phone number. Tage Thompson of the Buffalo Sabres will check in on the Sabres, who are now back out of a playoff spot, but of course, like right in the mix, looking to fight their way back in. They'll play Vancouver tonight at KeyBank Center. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Sabres are playing Vancouver tonight, looking to start a new 10-game win streak. I'm could I tell you I made the mistake of looking at the standings today?
Why is that a mistake?
Because it really drives home that the 10-game win streak that they just had was very good to get back in it, but they haven't played since, what? Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
And
Saturday afternoon.
And they are now far enough out of a spot that if they win tonight, they're still not in.
Yeah, not by we're going to have to do the thing.
No.
By points percentage?
Even by points percentage.
Oh, okay.
They just randomly looked at the standings thinking like, could they have held the spot the entire time?
Yeah.
On points percentage, no. They are. So if you did the points percentage thing for a couple of days, other teams also get to use that. Pittsburgh has won 5 in a row, and they're in a spot. And Florida's in front of them, too. But, again, that's one of the ones on point percentage. Just kind of, I wasn't expecting that. Like, all right. I came in today asking myself, do I have to call tonight's game a must-win? But I don't think I'm going to do that.
Nope.
I don't think I'm going to do that. You know why?
Nope. Because they'll lose?
Last time I called a game a must-win, Joe, they won 7 in a row. I'm taking it.
They won the immediate game after that?
Yeah. Philadelphia.
All right, well, he's 1 for 6 so far this year.
That counts as 7
No,
wins.
it does not count as 7 wins.
Owen?
That does
Joe
not count.
Cowley?
You don't get every
that
win
should count
after
as 7 wins.
Then that should mean every time you said must win and they lost 5 in a row, then you should get 5 losses.
I'll take it. I bet I'm over 500.
I bet you're not over 500.
If I get the wins and losses right after it, I only get the losses right after it.
You only get the losses. Right. The streaks.
I might be about 500.
I don't think you're 500.
I'm not calling it a must-win tonight because I think they're gonna win.
Yeah, I think they're
one of those.
Big favorite tonight.
You're playing a bad team. You're at home. You're a big favorite. You found your way. You get some saves. And you should be fine.
Well, that part. I don't know about that part, but the rest of it I like.
Sal asked me this yesterday on the Extra Point Show, and I'm curious how you guys would feel about it. Do you care at all? Like, does the history of these two teams and the gross games and the losses, and does any of that scare you or impact how you think about this game?
No, I would say I would give history a little bit of a note or a nod there if it's like Ravens Steelers, because Harbaugh and Tomlin have coached against each other a million times.
Right.
Yeah. Whereas Liam Cohen's never gone against Sean McDermott head. Last year would have been, he's with the Bucs. They don't play the Bucs last year.
Right.
They probably have crossed paths somewhere, but head coach against another head coach, and Joe Brady against this defensive coordinator who's kind of all the rage there in Jacksonville in a one-off match play kind of game. This is where it shifts to match play. I kind of made this point during the offseason and preseason a lot. Point differential, who you played in the regular season, blah, blah, blah. Like, none of that matters anymore. Now, it's flat-out match play. You play them. Who's better? Who's going to win this match? That might be a better team, but you might match up in a certain way. And, we've seen the Bills' defense have its share of troubles in match play against the Chiefs in the playoffs, and they don't have to play in that match this year, but maybe there's someone else lurking. Maybe it's Sean Payton scheming stuff up during the bye week and getting Bo Nix in a good spot. I don't know. I like the Bills' chances on Sunday, but I have a healthy respect for what the Jags have done. They made a big trade at the deadline. They're doing it without Travis Hunter, of course, the number 2 overall pick.
Yep.
He's not on the field for them.
Yep.
And with the injury, so they're doing it, and they've got 3 good receivers. They've got a pretty good tight end. The running back is pretty good. The quarterback is playing better than he has probably his entire career.
Yeah, this coach, and Liam Cohen, has only ran into McDermott, I believe, 1 time in his career. He was the Rams OC in 2022.
Okay, so that's the 31-10.
That's the opener.
All right,
that's only even like a quarter of a matchup. It feels like, though, because we all know Sean McVay runs that offense and calls the plays.
Yeah.
So he would have been the coordinator, but that's not like play caller versus play caller, But that's the closest you'll get. He was only in Tampa for 1 year. I think he's great.
The Bills gearing up for the Jaguars kickoff set for 1 o'clock this Sunday for Wild Card Weekend. Head coach Sean McDermott addressed the media yesterday and gave an injury update. Our own Sal Kapacio reported the Bills kicker Matt Prater dealing with a quad injury is day-to-day, but they're still going to work out some kickers so they're prepared in case he can't go. Max Hairston unlikely to play this week, and Ty Johnson is day-to-day. That's your Barnes Firm injury report. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. The Sabres in action tonight hosting the Canucks at KeyBank Center. They look to get back in the win column following their win streak ending in Columbus over the weekend. Our own Paul Hamilton reports Lindy Ruff hopes to get Kesselring on the ice by the end of the week. Lyon is in the day-to-day category. He said he'll miss a little time, and it's nothing major. Puck drop is set for 7 o'clock, and all of the action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Tage Thompson joins the Jeremy and Joe Show up next. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Thompson back, picked off by Shea. Up for Cooley, ahead to Thompson. Tage Thompson with Logan Cooley. Thompson in, shoots, scores! Tage Thompson, golden goal! And the United States has won the World Hockey Championship for the first time in 92
years. Good morning. Jeremy and Joe, happy Tuesday. Sabres are home tonight for the Vancouver Canucks. Talking Bills, Bills-Jags playoffs, but also talking some Sabres as well as they will welcome Vancouver. And joining us on the Western Hotline is Buffalo Sabres forward and Team USA Olympian, Tage Thompson. Tage, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Thanks for taking some time today.
Yeah, absolutely. Morning, guys. How you doing?
Good. Tage, how's it been since getting the call? Like, is it, the Sabres send the video, we see you getting the call, you're on Team USA. After that, is it still like every day you're still thinking about it? You're just walking around like with a smile on your face? What's the feeling?
Yeah, no, definitely thinking about it, but just in a different light. At the beginning of the season, it's definitely weighing on me. Just every single game you play, you're just trying not to make mistakes that are going to cost your team a loss, and at the same time, you're thinking, is this going to cost my chances to make the team? So when I got the call, it was just a freeing moment. I could just kind of take the weight off the shoulders and just go out there and play and not really think as much. Obviously, you try not to think about it while you're playing, but it's a big moment. It's something that I've dreamt of for a long time, so it'd be hard not to.
Do they just call you? Do you get like a jersey sent to your house or something, or is it just a phone call?
No, they just told us all the guys that were kind of in question, or guys that even were on the team. I think they were just going to make phone calls all on the same day. I spoke to my agent after one of our home games, and he just told me to expect a phone call. The morning of the Dallas game. And, I didn't know how it was going to go. I just was really nervous, and I walked into the room and saw our media team in there, so figured it was probably good news. Got pretty jacked up there. So, yeah, I've been riding a high since, and obviously the team's been doing well here as well. So, things are going well.
Are they, checking in with you during the season, or is it basically, radio silent after – orientation, and then you're just kind of wondering what they think?
It was pretty radio silent. I didn't hear much from them. Obviously, I was speaking to my agent, a few times, and he would just let me know that there was people there to watch on certain games, and that was pretty much it. Yeah, I didn't hear from him at all until the phone call, so I had no way of knowing which way it was going to go. So I was pretty nervous.
We'll get to the Sabres in a moment. A couple more questions on the Team USA thing. Tage, in your conversation with other players that are going to be on the team, you guys express similar feelings? As you said, it was kind of weighing on you. You're trying to play your game on a Tuesday, and I'd imagine the things that you do well for the Sabres are good in the eyes of Team USA. But it's almost like you're playing, and you're also playing to impress someone that might be watching, which I guess that might be normal in hockey. Pretty much every level you're at as you're coming up through all the ranks, you're playing in a game, and you're trying to do your best for your own team, but also for people that might be watching.
Yeah, no, I feel like most guys are pretty good at, once you're in the game, you're not really thinking. You just kind of get dialed into the game. But, when mistakes happen on the ice, that's kind of when your mind starts to wander, and that's usually what leads to, not playing your best is when you start thinking out there. So you try to shake off those mistakes or things you think are costing the team or costing your chances. But I feel like for the most part, once I'm just in the game, I'm just playing, not really thinking. But the only difference is the things that I feel like I do really well, so does everyone else on Team USA. So it's like, what can I do to separate myself?
Yeah.
So you're just always trying to find ways to add something that maybe another guy around the league can't do, right?
Have you been to Italy?
Never. No, this will be my first time. And the family's coming too, so everyone's pretty fired up for it. It's going to be a cool experience.
Have you thought about how, or I'm sure they've probably gone through this with you, like how the Olympic villages and whatnot work? Because there's the hockey tournament, and there's also just the experience of being at the village and being an Olympian.
Yeah, we did that orientation camp in the summer, and that's pretty much what it was. It was kind of just all the guys that were, options to make the team, just a bunch of meetings, and then obviously media as well. But the meetings kind of just went over like what to expect when we're there. Olympic Village, the travel, game days, stuff like that. So obviously a little bit of a heads up, but you're kind of going in blind. I feel like most guys are. I don't know how many guys on this team have played in Olympics before, so I feel like I'm not going to be the only one wandering around just trying to figure out what's going on. But yeah, it's going to be a cool experience. I'm just kind of rolling with it.
Right. It's been over a decade, so I'm not sure how many in the whole tournament have been there. Do you look back on going to the Worlds and scoring the golden goal, being one of those team's top players? Like, how much do you look back and think that played a big role in you making the team, or do you think it did at all?
No, I think it definitely played a big role. Yeah, that was an awesome experience. I've played in 3 of those, and that was the first time we've won in like 92 years. So that was a really big deal. It was a big moment for all of us. We had an awesome team, and I mean, obviously scoring the overtime winner is a pretty cool feeling too. But I don't think that helped. But I think the way that I played the tournament definitely did. I thought, played a really solid tournament, both sides of the puck, and I think that probably helped my chances just going over there, representing your country, and playing games that were meaningful and showing that you could win.
All right. And of course, you've got Rasmus Dahlin and UPL going over there as well to play for their respective countries.
Yeah, no, it'll be awesome. To be a little awkward playing on the other side of them, but it'll be fun.
Yeah,
I'm ready for some battles with dolls in the corner, and hopefully I can light Upi up a little bit.
One-on-one rush, you're playing Sweden. You know what you're doing? You're going to if it's one-on-one against Dahlin?
Well, I do it every day in practice, so hopefully I get the better of them.
Well, you guys have had some great success lately. The 10-game win streak that came to an end in Columbus. Tage, when you're that hot, sometimes players say like you feel like you're never going to lose again, and you rip off 10 straight. I feel like for Sabres fans watching it might have been feeling like every one of these kind of adds to it, and the excitement continues to grow. So how did it go along the way? 3 games, 5 games, 7 games. Was there a moment where you kind of like looking around and I don't know, you wonder how far it really can go, and what it ultimately really means for the season, of course, is super important.
Yeah, that was huge. I mean, we dug ourselves out of a pretty big hole, and I think everyone knows how tight our division is. So every point means something right now, and that run got us into a pretty good spot. And obviously, I think, we knew it was going to come to an end at some point. So now it's how quickly can we respond from that loss in Columbus and, make sure we keep it going and continue to play the brand of hockey we were during the 10-game win streak. I thought we're playing a really solid 200-foot game. I think everyone was playing good on both sides of the puck. We were really hard defensively. And then you get a few wins under your belt, too, and the confidence just grows in the room. And you go into games, like you said, just kind of knowing, hey, no matter the situation, if we're, down a couple goals, up a couple goals, we just kind of had that confidence. We're going to finish this thing off and get a win. And I don't think anything's changed, even after the loss in Columbus. Obviously, it wasn't our best showing. But with that said, we still had a lot of chances to score, and their goalie played well. But we can get going right again tonight. We got an opportunity against Vancouver, and I don't think any of the the feeling has changed. So,
was there any game in there that you kind of like the most, or you feel like you yourself or the team kind of look back at? I think about the Dallas game where something goes wrong right away, and anytime that happens, maybe on a win streak like that, I think like, all right, maybe tonight's the night. It's not our night, and then you end up just kind of cruising, like taking control of things. I'm thinking about the Blues game as well. Like there are moments along the way where I'm sure it wasn't easy, but there was such a completeness to these actual wins that it to me looked like a sustainable thing that you guys could kind of like lean back on and look back on some of those games.
Yeah, to be honest, the feelings changed a lot in games. I've always talked about this. It's been our kryptonite is riding the highs and the lows. Like, beginning of the season, we'll get up 2 goals and we'll think we're just walking away with it, and the team will come back, or vice versa. We'll be down and we'll think it's over. But I think getting those wins under our belt and having that confidence, knowing you can close out games, is huge. Because I look back at the St. Louis game, we already had a decent streak going, and we score a quick one and they scored 2, and you go in to the locker room and there's not a ounce of doubt in our group. We were very calm in the locker room, just kind of knew we were going to win. The same thing in Dallas, that was a big test going into that game. It was kind of hyped up by our team pretty big, like this is going to be the biggest challenge we have. They're a really good team. Let's see what we're made of. And they scored first shift, and I think the next 3 shifts we controlled the ozone, and we were like, all right, we're winning this game. And after the first, I think there wasn't anyone in the locker room that didn't believe we were going to win. We came out and steamrolled them. So even in the Columbus game, they score and get a pretty decent lead. And I think the same belief was there. Obviously, we didn't get the job done. A little sloppy puck play. But, no, I think that's probably been the biggest change is we've been really good at just staying level-headed and even keel, not getting too high or low, regardless of what the score is throughout the game.
Yeah, I guess you kind of already spoke to this, but like you and Darlene are on that 10-game win streak team 7 years ago also, and that team went on a bit of a skid after the streak. I wonder, you guys are young players then. Is there anything you can take away from what happened then to maybe not to have a better performance out of the win streak this go-round?
Yeah, I think it's the mindset, like I just talked about, is that even keel, right? Like, I think during this 10-game win streak, we didn't ride the high. We'd win one, and then it was like, all right, let's reset, like, get ready for the next game. It's going to be the same way. Obviously, you just lost one against Columbus. You can just as easily go on a 10-game losing streak. It's just how do you respond from that loss? So, I think tonight's a big one for us, and just forget about the 10-game win streak and try to get a win against Vancouver and just kind of focus one game at a time. And I think that's what we did a really good job of.
Tage Thompson joining us here on the Wester Hotline as we chat about tonight's Sabres-Canucks game. Tage, how about, Jarmo Kekalainen, he's the GM now. He got the job. He was elevated into this spot. He'd been with the organization before. How about your conversations with him? Is he the kind of GM that's talking to players daily, weekly? What's it been like with Jarmo in the top spot?
No, he's very kind back behind the scenes. Like he doesn't show face too much or say too much, to be honest with you. He's probably spoken to the team just once since he's gotten the job, and he's just been watching from up top, I think. So I haven't had too many conversations with him. I think he's a guy that doesn't say too much. So it's been just kind of same stuff, really.
What do you like about your current line right now, Tage? You guys have been together for almost this entirety of the streak, especially Krebs, because that's a player that, he's usually a little bit maybe lower in the lineup, and now he's playing on the wing. What have you liked playing with him and, I guess, that group overall?
Yeah, no, it's been great. Donor and Krebs, they both have motors. I think that's the first thing you see when you watch them is how hard they work and compete for pucks. And now they're getting the opportunity to make plays, too. Both have some sneaky skill and can make some plays. So I've enjoyed playing with them. Donor's got an unbelievable stick. Turns over a lot, creates a lot of turnovers, which gets us, extended ozone time. And Krebsy hunts down pucks, and he's very good at holding on to them, cutting back, finding those little pocket plays. And obviously, I like to shoot, so he's always looking for me. It's been a good mixture, and obviously we've been having some success here too. So, yeah, it's been fun playing with both those guys.
Tage Thompson. Tage, one last thing here. Are you looking games at a time? Like the 10-gamer kind of showed you what a chunk can do. And I know at the start of the season, Lindy had a message about 5-game samples. Like, I'm looking now, I'm thinking Vancouver, then the Rangers, and then a big homestand. To me, like, it kind of looks like an opportunity to, kind of put something right at the right after that 10-gamer to continue, trying to climb the standings and get firmly in a spot.
Yeah, I think we got like 16 or some games this month, something crazy. So it's kind of just one of those things, like, can't look too far ahead. Just got to focus on tonight. And I think when you get looking too far ahead and try to plan out like some games that you're gonna win or whatever, that's when you get yourself into trouble. So I think we just got to focus one game. It's going to be a lot of hockey in a short amount of time. So I think that benefits us. Just with the fact you got to have a short mindset or a short memory, I should say, and just focus out one game at a time. So just worry about Vancouver tonight, and then worry about whatever game we got next.
Tage Thompson, Buffalo Sabre, Team USA Olympian. And Tage, I also tell people you're the person I've seen hit a golf ball the farthest in my life, 395 yards. So you got that title as well.
Yeah, I guess so. It's probably not straight. It's probably off in the woods somewhere. But yeah, that's definitely a passion of mine. I love golfing, and something I enjoy doing in the off season. And I'm sure a lot of guys do too.
Yeah. Well, Tage, best of luck. Congratulations on Team USA, continued success, and best of luck tonight as well.
Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
Tage Thompson on the Western Hotline. It was straight, this one. I don't know if they're all straight, but the one I saw was straight.
395?
395.
You're not exaggerating that?
No, I'm not exaggerating. Wow. I mean, that's what the cart
downhill, nothing, cart path bounce?
Just
395.
Absolutely smashed. That's like a Rory drive, right? Like this, hit a big one. Do
you think you'll ever see a 400-yard drive live?
Live?
Yeah.
I don't see enough people play golf live to see a 400-yard drive.
And there's probably not enough people that you would... How many people could you potentially play with that could hit a 400-yard drive? Maybe none. It's just pros?
It depends.
Or long drive guys?
In the right circumstances. This was not like a...
We saw Owen hit like a 500-yard drive in a tournament this year.
Right.
We couldn't believe it was his ball. I still kind of only 60% believe it was his ball because it was so far. 400-yard drives.
I miss golf.
Yeah, you're trying to get us to go today?
I know. I miss golf.
I've swung a club twice in 2 months.
803-0550. Sabres and Canucks tonight. Not calling it a must-win. I just think they will.
Vancouver,
I don't think they need the lift.
Like, this team is ready to blow it up. They kind of already have, right? Like, they traded the best player last month. So, I don't know what they're... Are they, sleepwalking at this point? Their goalie, I saw, is back on the trade market again. Thatcher Demko, I feel like, is on the trade rumor mill like once a year at least.
Yeah.
So,
it's a good time to revisit one quick conversation we had right when Jarmo got the job. Because right then it was, what do you do about Tuck? Extend him. If he's not going to side, do you trade him? And when the conversation was had, it was prior to winning 10 consecutive games, right? And, I'm not sitting here telling you that they're going to win the Stanley Cup, but now let's say it's deadline. The deadline is tomorrow, and Tuck's not signed. What are you doing? Like, you're keeping him.
I'm keeping him
keeping him.
Yeah, just not worrying about it.
Not going to worry about it. I'm
rather than like I saw something yesterday like, well, if the Sabres trade Tuck, the Rangers could be a fit. Like,
why?
The Rangers who are like in the same spot I am,
yeah,
they're actually lower, right? I'm going to trade my top 6 winger to the team that's trying to make the playoffs.
The Rangers are tied in points.
Right.
You have 4 games in hand on them, but
right. Like, I'm trying to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Why am I going to trade a rental to a team that's going to use him to try to make the playoffs, and then what am I going to do? Just go get a different rental to replace him?
Right. This is like from Jarmo's intro press conference. I liked a lot of what he said. The only thing I didn't like was the idea that not that he said this, but I'm not going to mortgage the future to try and make it just once. Like, no, don't mortgage it, but you don't have to sell off pieces if you can make it.
Right.
If you're one of the worst teams, I would fully endorse everything that's not bolted down. You can go ahead and go to the bottom, but this team has a chance to make it. If they win tonight, they're 1 point out of the playoffs with half the season to go.
Yeah.
And if let's put it even, make it the deadline. You're 1 point out of the playoffs with 20 games to go. Stay in it.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely don't want to see you say, well, we must get assets for this player that's going to leave. Doesn't everyone also think that half the case to get Tuck to sign would be to be good and make it?
Yeah.
And Yarmo being here and a new vision or a new voice and, hey, we made it. Now you're not $13 million because we have to pay the drought tax and all. Now we'll just get you to a more palatable salary for us and everybody's going to be happy and let's just go win some games.
I guess the other part for me is I'm not afraid of him leaving for nothing.
Yeah, I would say
I'm not afraid of that. Because I lost out on my late first-round pick prospect who might make the team 5 years from now.
Right.
You never know. Maybe the guy makes it the second year, the third year. But you're playing probabilities, and it's a lottery ticket, but I'm not losing sleep at missing out on the next. I might get the next Yuri Kulik. Uh-oh. I didn't get that.
Yeah.
That's not nothing, but I'm not so concerned about that I feel like I have to move one of my better forwards off my team when I'm trying to break a 14-year playoff dream.
Right. There's
I'm
value.
just not doing it.
There's value in making it. 803-0550, our phone number. Howard's going to pick the Bills, playoff edition. Bills-Jags. We'll get his thoughts on the matchup, get more of your phone calls in. A rainy Tuesday, 803-0550. Last week, he had them losing in the divisional round to Denver, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right, we'll see if he's changed his mind. Did Mitch Trubisky's moment convince the red helmets getting it? We'll see what he's thinking. It's coming up next here on WGR.
I thought one of the moves that's made a difference for them offensively is adding Jakobi Meyers, good pickup for him. Probably a guy that's quite honestly been undervalued in his career, but going against him in New England, ton of respect for his game.
Sean McDermott on the Jaguars, he went on to talk about Jakobi Meyers as a complete blocker in the run game.
Yeah.
And as a reference that's a little deeper than all you guys might remember. It's a movie reference about Wayne's World. You seen Wayne's World? No? It's okay. Anyway. Boy, that guy knew an awful lot for a limo driver. Sean McDermott's got an awful lot to say about Jakobi Meyers. Mm-hmm. Interesting. My antenna go up. If you had asked me, hey, what do you think of the Jaguars? Me, the wide receiver train obsessed idiot with this board behind me, would have said, pretty good team, especially since they got Jakobi Meyers, who's really good and has been pretty good and underrated his entire career. Instead, the Bills coach said that.
Yeah.
Just unprompted, brought up one player on the team. So I'm now at, I'm sure the list.
Very interesting.
I'm sure the list is longer than this, but I'm at two players this year that McDermott went, in my opinion, out of his way to praise.
Yeah.
Baker and Jakobi Meyers. He really likes Jakobi Myers.
And called it a good pickup.
Yeah, underrated his entire career. He said that about Baker, too. This is I know this player well. And one question I would have about all this is, we talked about it during the week. Are the Bills already starting to do their pre-scout on the Jags, on the Patriots, the teams they could have played? Did McDermott spend time this past week watching the Jags with Jakobi Meyers, and it's top of his mind?
Yeah. Well, is he doing Jags prep before today, though, or is that residual from, hey, he was a guy that was available at the trade deadline, and maybe people are doing homework on him then before, and This is residual from, this is what I thought of him a month ago when I thought maybe we would get him.
Yeah, right. That's very.
And now he's on the Jags.
That's very possible. The Bills gearing up for the Jaguars. Kickoff set at 1 o'clock this Sunday for Wild Card Weekend. Head coach Sean McDermott addressed the media yesterday and gave an injury update. Our own Sal Kapacio reported Bills kicker Matt Prater dealing with the quad injuries day to day, but they're still going to work out some kickers so they're prepared in case he can't go. Max Hairston is unlikely to play this week, and Ty Johnson is day to day. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres in action tonight hosting the Canucks at KeyBank Center. They look to get back in the win column following their win streak ending in Columbus over the weekend. Paul Hamilton reports Lindy Ruff said that he hopes to get Kesselring on the ice by the end of the week. Lyon is day to day. He said he'll miss a little time, but it's nothing major. Puck drop is set for 7 o'clock, and all the action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, some turnover yesterday. The Browns fired coach Kevin Stefanski, the Raiders fired coach Pete Carroll, and the Cardinals fired coach Jonathan Gannon. In other news, the Bengals will retain head coach Zach Taylor and general manager Duke Tobin next season. Joe Flacco told reporters that he's not considering retirement and wants to play in 2026. Dolphins quarterback Tua Tagovailoa said he's open to a fresh start elsewhere in 2026. He said, quote, "That would be dope. I would be good with it." Tagovailoa even confirmed to reporters that he understood that means a fresh start with a different team. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Bo Nix.
Game manager.
Josh Allen.
Game changer.
Drake May.
Game manager.
Trevor Lawrence.
Manager.
Aaron Rodgers.
Game manager.
CJ Stroud.
Game manager.
Justin Herbert.
Game manager.
Matthew Stafford.
Game changer for sure.
Sam Darnold.
Game manager.
Caleb Williams.
Manager.
Jalen Hurts.
Game manager.
Bryce Young.
Game manager.
Jordan Love.
Game manager.
Brock Purdy.
Let's go. Game manager.
Cam Newton. They call him the shouty shows because you got to shout. I kind of like Cam. He basically
he just kind of shouts the word manager at the top of his lungs.
Manager or changer?
Manager.
He wants to see a manager.
Right, exactly.
2 game changers in the playoffs, Josh Allen and Matthew Stafford. And the rest are all game managers. Wow. So 2 game changers and 2 game managers. Jeremy and Joe, Howard's here. My other favorite thing about this, it's getting pointed out more and more often that Drake May his hero growing up was Cam Newton. He loves Cam Newton, and Cam Newton can't stop saying that Drake May's not the guy.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Oops.
Here's your hero on TV just saying, like, I just don't think he's that good.
I think he's really good.
I think he's really good, too.
Yeah.
I think he's, just getting started.
Yeah.
He's not the favorite to win the MVP. The latest is I'm seeing Howard's here to pick the Bills in the playoffs, and he will. The latest I'm seeing is basically every compelling statistical argument you could make on any level is May should win it.
But he's going to be
they're
Stafford,
just going
right?
to give it to Stafford.
Right. Because voters are going to look at his numbers and go, hey, wow.
And he's the old guy who won't get a chance to win another one, and May will have like
That's
10,
interesting, too.
10 more
Like
chances.
May's young, you'll get your day.
Yeah. Let's crown Stafford on the way out. Like I think they're both worthy.
Yeah.
Quality of opponent, whatever. You can I guess you can go in and normalize that. You could also, for some reason, we're doing this where here's his record against winning teams. Congratulations. The Browns didn't have a winning record. Their pass defense is awesome.
Right.
So,
Yeah, you can't necessarily go by just
if
those.
you do it just against pass defenses, they both played about the middle.
Right.
Pass defenses. Anyway.
I just wouldn't give it to a guy from New England out of principle.
I think that's a good choice.
I mean, I just have no idea. I just don't need to see another New England quarterback ever win an MVP in my lifetime.
Yeah. He'll probably win one.
He's really good.
Right.
I mean, I think he's ahead of, right? Last year we were talking about how, hey, you know what? I think the Patriots found their quarterback.
Yeah.
But I didn't think they would do what they, my goodness, come on. Who thought they were going to be, what did they finish, 14-3?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
14-3.
just way beyond what I thought they would do this season. So, yeah, that kind of stinks.
We'll have you pick the Bills. Before we do that, how'd the Red Helmets hit you?
Love the Red Helmets.
Were you expecting like an emotional reaction?
I didn't have an emotional, I didn't get driven to tears or anything, but brought back a lot of great memories.
Yeah.
Love the Red Helmets. I just think they pop. I love those things.
You want them full time?
I'm good with that.
I think they could really do it too. Like new stadium, there's kind of been a hint dropped every time they've talked. Like maybe we do something in the new stadium.
I don't mind the helmets they have. But again, for me, it's more of a nostalgia thing. Anything that's a throwback, I mean, but I love
Just go ahead and make a flow
I
chart.
don't even need the throwback. I just like the red more.
They'll switch to red, and then 7 years from now, it's like, oh, they should
what I miss?
They should wear the white ones. Yeah. Bring back the white. And then they switch to the white. Oh, I should bring the red back.
I need the helmets when Josh first got here. I loved them. I thought the whole thing, the helmets, the, McDermott wearing the Marv cap, Thurman and Tasker leading the charge, all the guys at halftime. I thought everything was done really well. CBS, it was funny. I'm watching postgame, like, how long are they going to stick with this? Because, I wanted to see what was going on in the stadium. Someone must have hit a button. For like 5 seconds, they switched over to the Chargers game. Right after the Bills game ended, I thought, no! But then they came back to the Bills game. We saw the video. We heard the shout songs. It was cool. I thought playing the shout song as they were walking off the field was neat. And the video and some of the players stopping. I liked everything they did. I thought CBS did a nice send-off in their coverage to the stadium as well.
That's good that they stuck with it, because usually, right,
They're
NFL
done. They're out.
broadcasts.
That's right.
It's either switching to another game or when the coaches are shaking hands, you're seeing the little graphic that tells you that they're going away.
Right.
That's a Premier League broadcast thing, right? Like Premier League broadcasts after the game ends, you get 3 whole minutes
walking around.
Everyone walk around and clapping for the crowd, and if they did that, that's a great job.
Yeah, they did. They hung with it, and they hung with it long enough that it just kind of still gave the viewers at home a feel for the final moments at the stadium before everybody left, walked up the tunnel. So it was cool.
So the Bills win. They're going to play Jacksonville. Before we get to pick the Bills, were you rooting for that matchup? What opponent, did you care?
No.
Okay.
Not really. I mean, I would have preferred Pittsburgh, the 5-4.
That seemed
but once that was out,
Jacksonville or New England.
I'm good with either one.
Okay.
Look, I'm not going to lie. There in the back of my head, there's that little voice going, if they're going to lose, please not to New England. So, honestly, I was probably a little happier it was Jacksonville just because I think they could beat the Patriots. But that's the last thing I want to see is arrogant Boston sports fans rubbing it in that the Bills season ended at the hand of the Patriots. I really don't want to deal with that. So I'm okay with this. I mean, I know Jacksonville's good. There's a lot of things. I'm sure you guys have gone through it all, right? Trevor Lawrence is having a good season.
Yep.
Jakobi Meyers has changed their passing offense. I think their defensive line, their pass rush is really good. I know they take the ball away a ton. They got a great run defense. They've got a really good place kicker. Their coach is in the running for Coach of the Year. There's a lot of things to like about them, but I also will point out their win streak came against pretty much crappy teams. Look at the teams they played in the 8-game win streak. I know this is the NFL.
Yeah.
You play who you play. But everybody's throwing the stat about how they've won 8 straight. They've outscored their opponents by 19 points on the average. 4 of their games were against teams that ended up 3-14. They beat the Titans twice. They beat the Jets. They beat the Cardinals. 2 of those wins came against an Indianapolis team that was just absolutely sinking.
Yep.
Now they beat the Chargers.
They beat the brakes off
and
the
they
Chargers.
won in Denver. They beat the crap out of the Broncos in Denver. To me, that's their best win. But I would just go easy on the whole. They've been the second highest scoring team since week 9, and they're destroying opponents. And then go look at the quarterbacks they faced in that win streak too.
They beat fantasy legend Jakobi Brissett.
They did. They beat him. They beat Cam Ward. They beat Riley Leonard. They beat Brady Cook. Of course, the Bills beat Brady Cook. I'm not trying to say they're a paper tiger. I think they're a very good football team. But I think it's being, for people who are like, oh, God, it's Jacksonville. What a terrible matchup. Look what they've done. Look at their numbers. Look at their win streak. Yeah. And then they took advantage of a really soft schedule in the back part of the season.
Let's have you pick the Bills, playoff edition.
A tradition unlike any other.
You know why I'm on the block? Because your stupid Trevor Lawrence advice, you...
It's
time for Howard to pick the Bills!
They are bad even by their standards. This is historically bad football these guys are playing. Even if the Bills play their backups, they should still beat the Jets. And Josh is going to do one snap, hand off, and trot off the field, right?
Yep. Right.
Amen. Take the Bills anyway.
On WGR, Sports Radio 550.
I was asking Joe, we have not seen the Aaron Glenn is marked safe report yet, right?
I kind of thought he was. Like the Jets reporters have been suggesting he was going to be back.
But the Jets didn't
not
set anything up
definitively
themselves.
No one from the team has said it.
Right.
But it's been suggested in New York that he was going to be back.
I feel like he's probably staying, which I think is
a mistake.
You
can't
pretty
be that
incredible.
Bad. You just can't be that bad.
Forget this game. I mean, there's a lot of. They were historically bad, and by their franchise standards,
he fought with the media
on defense too. On defense,
well, the defense has been bad for years now.
They did traded
their 2 best
blue
players.
chippers. So
Right.
okay, all right.
Yeah. But anyway, we move on.
But the 0 interception stat is
That's
just
pretty
like,
bad.
You should get fired just on that. You're a defensive back.
Yeah.
A ball doesn't bounce off somebody into one of your players'
I mean,
hands.
Trubisky threw it right to Quincy Williams on Sunday, and he didn't catch it.
Yeah.
He was playing with a broken hand.
Coleman popped the ball up in the air. Like, they
I
had
know.
chances.
Yeah.
So, whoever wins the AFC will have a first-time quarterback in the Super Bowl for only the second time since 2012.
Oh, wow. I didn't think about that. That's cool.
Yeah. Your last Super Bowl quarterbacks of the AFC, Mahomes, Burrow. That's the last first time.
Yeah.
Mahomes, Brady, Manning, Manning, Flacco.
Wow.
2012 is 2 first-time AFC quarterbacks ago. I guess if you count Mahomes' first year, whatever.
Right, and Rodgers was in the NFC, so we're not counting him as a
Right,
NFC
that's right.
quarterback.
That's right. I should have counted Mahomes in there. So
Wow.
anyway,
Good.
All right, you'll pick the Bills. We will pick the other games.
All right.
As soon as you pick a loss, though, I mean, like feels like the other games.
He could just end it right now and walk out if he wants.
Bills, Jags. What do you think?
You'd get out early. Bills, Jags. Yeah, like I said, I don't know. The problem with the Bills, I don't know if you guys have picked up on this theme with the Bills this season. It's very hard to predict which Bills team is going to show up every week, even inside the game from half to half.
Right.
So they're so. I mean, they could lose to anybody in the AFC field, but they can also beat anybody in the AFC field. I do feel good about this. I like the fact that I think Josh needed a week of rest.
Yeah.
I think that foot was an issue, and I think he needed the week of rest. And a bunch of other guys, too. I don't think James Cook is going to go bananas crazy, but I think the running game will be effective enough to help out the offense to the point where they'll be able to make some plays. I am hoping that Gabe Davis dresses because, 1, playoff Gabe, 2, Gabe Davis revenge game. They caught him.
Right, that's right.
Like, they cut him. I think he wants
Double
to have a good game.
superpowered Gabe for this game. Yeah.
Either that or they're like, man, single coverage.
So I do like the matchup of the Bills
Good revenge
offense
game, though.
against their defense.
Dwan Smoot revenge game. Don't forget about that angle.
David Austin Johnson as
Who
well.
else is there?
The
Anybody
guy who
else
had a
there?
pick for them last year.
So yeah, I do like that matchup. the Bills defense, I think, was playing better. I'm not concerned that I like Travis Etienne. I don't think he would go and have a crazy game against them. He had 2 100-yard rushing games, I think, earlier in the season, and he hasn't had one in a while.
You're going to say
there is one other revenge game because he had a touchdown last week.
Quentin Morris?
Oh, I forgot about
Quentin
him.
Morris revenge game.
Wow. Oh, this is tipping the tables there, boys.
Yeah.
When all is said and done, I will take, in a one-possession game, the Bills to win. I also hope it doesn't come down to a field goal because if Prater doesn't kick and Cam Little's their kicker,
on either
I think
side.
the Bills are screwed.
Do you feel like this will be the most stressful first-round game in a while?
Yes.
And I say that knowing the Bills were losing to Miami.
Yeah.
But even then,
you never
you're
thought they were going to lose the
come on,
game.
we're going to win this game.
Weren't they playing Skylar Thompson? Or
Yes,
was that,
yes.
right?
So this is dumb. Go ahead and win this game.
That's a great point. I thought about that driving home from the show last night. They were not losing to Bo Nix. They were not losing to Mason Rudolph. They were not losing to Skylar Thompson. And I don't, home game, road game.
Yeah.
Yes, this is I never went into a wild card game since the run started, right? Not including the Houston game, Josh's first play. Never went into a wild card game thinking they could actually lose.
Heath Farwell.
This is the first time.
Heath Farwell revenge game.
Oh, special.
So many revenge games.
Special teams. But yeah, that's a great point, Jeremy. This is the first really, I think, stressful wild card game that you think season actually could end Sunday by 4:00.
The thing about Lawrence, 4,000 yards, 29 touchdowns, 12 interceptions.
But a lot of those interceptions were early in the season.
And the running, Joe.
Yeah.
He has started to run in a way
That's right.
he never really did before.
Yes.
Whether that's confidence or whatever.
And it's designed runs. It's not just
Design
scrambles.
runs inside the 5-yard line. They're like every week I see them.
Yep.
He's running read option at like the 2-yard line, and he's running into the
He's
end
a
zone.
big his legs in the red zone are definitely a factor for them.
All right, you pick Buffalo.
I'll take the Bills.
He had 9 rushing touchdowns this year.
Let's get the rest of the AFC. Houston, Pittsburgh. Houston. Chargers, Patriots. I'm picking the Chargers
I'm good
to
with
win
that.
this game.
Are you really?
The thing the Chargers can't get away with, I think they can get away with against New England. I don't think they need tackles.
Pass protection?
Yeah. I think they'll be fine.
Okay,
And
because
their
that's what
defense,
worries me.
Their defense is really good.
Yeah.
I know they got hit by Houston for 2 big plays, and then they shut it down the rest of the game. I think their defense is good. So that means 5-6-7 win.
Oh, nice.
And Denver moves on quickly in the NFC because Howard picks him to go that far. You know what? Let's just go this. See if he gets him to the Super Bowl first.
Rams over Panthers, Bears over Packers.
Yep, I like that. And then I'd
Niners.
I'd like to go Niners
Let's
over
go
Eagles.
Niners
over Eagles.
and that's it?
Yeah. Okay. We didn't go 5-6-7 on the other side. All right. So Bills at Houston.
I hate that matchup. I really do. I hate that matchup. The Bills play lousy games in Houston. I think that defense is tremendous. I would not pick the Bills to win that game.
Houston. Howard takes Houston. The dream dies.
Sorry, boys.
In that house of horrors. Meanwhile, it's Denver and the Chargers. I would pick Denver to win that game. I think the Chargers. I think the Chargers are a very good team that can't get away with drop back passing against teams that can rush the passer. New England can't.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I think the Broncos are not that great, but sure. Yes. Yep.
This is gross. I'm not going to say the words putting Houston. I don't think CJ Stroud.
Houston beats the Broncos.
I just don't.
I'll say it.
I don't have any faith in their offense.
Houston to the Super
Bowl.
Bowl.
Any faith in their? I'll say
I don't either, but I think their defense could destroy the Bills' offense.
I'll say
That's
this
why I
about their
would pick
offense.
Houston in that game.
They've been a little bit better. I think their offense today is better than Denver's. I'd be willing to say Denver's offense is not good. Denver is not different than Houston.
Don't they run the ball better?
Do they?
I think they do. They're a top run blocking team.
I mean, R.J. Harvey's been their starting running back, and he's not topped 75 yards in a game. So, I don't know about efficiency. Maybe he's been better on that front.
What do you guys think about
But since
Sunday?
Dobbins left.
Pick the game. Bills-Jaguars.
I'll pick the Bills to win.
Yeah. Joe?
I'm not going to pick against Josh Allen really at any point.
I'm also not going to pick against Josh Allen, so I'll take the Jaguars.
So you guys have them going to the Super Bowl then?
I think Jags win one score.
Howard picks the Bills. We take it one game at a time over here. That's what we do.
Yeah.
On the NFC side, if we had played it out this way, somehow Houston got to the Super Bowl. I don't think that'll happen, but it's Howard's fault. The second round would be Chicago and San Francisco. They just played an awesome game. It would be a great second round matchup.
Yep.
Nope, that's wrong. It'd be Seattle, San Francisco. They just played an awesome game. And it would be Chicago and the Rams.
Seattle and the Rams. I would say win those games.
Ooh. And then Seattle and the Rams to the NFC Championship game, which would be, I mean, the Rams feel like they should have won that.
Rams.
Okay.
Rams, Texans.
If the Rams can beat Seattle, they'll beat Houston. Definitely. We're picking the Rams to win it?
Yeah, I agree. Well, so it's funny because you picked Houston to go. I think the Jags are going to win. I could get to the Jags making the Super Bowl.
Yeah, really?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know if they'll
I
make
like
a
them
run
that
like
much.
that. Okay. We shall see.
Because if I pick the Jags to win, who do they play next week? They play the Texans.
Does New England win, or if
the Chargers
keep your
won,
Chargers pick.
keep the Chargers pick, then the Jags would play
the Texans
They
at
would
home?
They would host Houston, who they have beaten this year.
I would pick the Jags to win that game.
Okay.
Like I would have Jags Rams.
Wow.
That's right. That's the game that turned their season around, right? They were losing by 19, and
the Texans,
the Texans blew a 29 to 10. Or who was
the
it?
Jaguars blew a 29 to 10
Houston
lead.
turned
They had a
around,
huge
like
lead and lost that
points.
game.
Yeah. Okay, I remember that now.
Exciting stuff. All right, what
All
else
right, boys,
is new?
enjoy.
Anything else?
No, I just
Right.
Sabres.
Yeah, it's been great.
Back in the win column tonight.
It's been great. I took some time off. They won 10 in a row.
And you came back and they lost.
If they lose again, I'll take some time. No, I can't. I can't miss any more time. I miss being away. My wife needs me to stop shouting sports takes in the kitchen.
Joe, what's it like working with someone who takes a lot of time off?
Why, you would know? Yeah.
I have a little bit of experience at it. Well, I mean, I did it to him. I think he's now doing it to you. So feel free to pick on him because he did that with me.
If he's gonna vacate and not declare must wins for the Sabres, which gets them on automatic losses, then I'm okay.
Last time I did it, they won 7 in a row.
I like when you do must wins.
You can't you try to claim the 7 games after he said one game was a must win.
Why can't I claim it?
You get the 1. You don't get 7. You get 1.
He did it in the arena when we were there.
That's
and
right.
They ripped it off since.
Also, that doesn't count. That's right. You did it in the arena. It's got to happen on the air.
He did it on the air in the parlay.
You did it on the air.
Yeah, we bet him in the parlay.
You get 1.
And we won that parlay.
Right. That was our first
As far
parlay.
as I'm concerned,
our first parlay without you.
As far as I'm concerned, they're 1-6 when you say it's a must win.
Wow. Harsh.
That's cruel.
See what I have to deal with?
Kids.
1-6.
That's what you used to say about me. See what I have to deal with?
Kids is gone once you turn 30, I think, right?
Are you 30?
Yeah. I turned 30 in June. Once
You're
you're
youngin'?
30, you can't go with kids anymore.
Is that right?
That seems like a good rule. Seems like a fair rule.
I still think you're a kid to me.
I'm older than Allen. You can't, and you wouldn't call Josh Allen a kid.
No, you're right. Okay.
I'm older than Todd Gurley, and he hasn't played in the NFL in like 6 years.
This will be a nice feature. Joe, older or younger than?
Yeah.
You just come up with a bunch of guys.
Really, you just want to come up with running backs who've been out of the league for like 3-4 years.
Okay.
This reminds me of the day you asked me to guess the athlete closest to me in age.
Oh,
and
that was great.
I guessed LaDainian Tomlinson, and he's 4 days away from me or something like that.
He was
Really?
real.
Yeah.
It was like the best guess of all
You
time.
and LaDainian Tomlinson?
The same age. Like
by a couple days.
4 days apart.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were a lot older.
Yeah,
I mean, you got grays in your beard, man.
I do. I'm also, I mean, not that anyone would notice, I'm growing a playoff beard on top of my beard. This is a Bills playoff beard. I'm not shaving until they lose. I'm not even trimming, nothing. Like
Really?
letting it go. A playoff beard on top of the beard. Like a double beard, like a double decker.
Wait, you'll shave it once they lose?
When they lose, I'm just going to trim.
Trim it.
I'm just not getting a trim.
Then you can grow your Sabres playoff beard.
Yes, sure.
It's been a while since you had to do that.
If you've already got the beard, though. I don't know.
It's not.
I need to think about this.
It's not
for a
really
second.
much of a commitment.
How about
No.
if the Bills win the Super Bowl, you shave your head?
And
Really, you could just proceed anything. You could say anything before the Bills win the Super Bowl, and like, why wouldn't you say yes?
This
You
is
could
a
say
good idea. This is a good idea. The McDermott haters have to sign up for that.
Look, get a haircut like Sean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're someone that has
The
said
Sean cut.
McDermott will never win it,
You have to go into the barber and say, "Give me
you
the
should
Sean."
sign up and say, if they win, I'll get the McDermott.
I think that's fair. Hey, there's a lot to be said for that haircut. Feels good.
You
Not
got
having
it.
hair flapping in the wind and
Yeah.
everything. Yeah, I love it. All right, boys, go to break.
You were late. Thanks a lot. Thanks.
Sorry.
Yeah. Take it up with everybody that's going to be mad at us. Thanks, Howard.
Bye. That's all right.
Sabres are playing Vancouver tonight, looking to start a new 10-game win streak. I'm. Could I tell you I made the mistake of looking at the standings today?
Why is that a mistake?
Because it really drives home that the 10-game win streak that they just had was very good to get back in it, but they haven't played since, what? Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
And
Saturday afternoon.
And they are now far enough out of a spot that if they win tonight, they're still not in.
Yeah, not by we're going to have to do the thing.
No.
By points percentage?
Even by points percentage.
Oh, okay.
They just randomly looked at the standings thinking like, could they have held the spot the entire time?
Yeah.
On points percentage, no. They are. So if you did the points percentage thing for a couple of days, other teams also get to use that. Pittsburgh has won 5 in a row, and they're in a spot. And Florida's in front of them, too. But, again, that's one of the ones on point percentage. Just kind of, I wasn't expecting that. Like, all right. I came in today asking myself, do I have to call tonight's game a must-win? But I don't think I'm going to do that.
Nope.
I don't think I'm going to do that. You know why?
Nope. Because they'll lose?
Last time I called a game a must-win, Joe, they won 7 in a row. I'm taking it.
They won the immediate game after that?
Yeah. Philadelphia.
All right, well, he's 1 for 6 so far this year.
That counts as 7
No,
wins.
it does not count as 7 wins.
Owen?
That does not count. You don't get every
that
win
should count
after
as 7 wins.
Then that should mean every time you said must win and they lost 5 in a row, then you should get 5 losses.
I'll take it. I bet I'm over 500.
I bet you're not over 500.
If I get the wins and losses right after it, I only get the losses right after it.
You only get the losses. Right. The streaks.
I might be about 500.
I don't think you're 500.
I'm not calling it a must-win tonight because I think they're gonna win.
Yeah, I think they're
one of those.
Big favorite tonight.
You're playing a bad team. You're at home. You're a big favorite. You found your way. You get some saves. And you should be fine.
Well, that part. I don't know about that part, but the rest of it I like.
For all of the it's now or never for Josh Allen, which of course I think is absurd. Shouldn't that conversation really be about the coach?
About McDermott?
Yeah. About no Mahomes, no Lamar, no Burrow in the playoffs. I know we treat this like it's quarterbacks head-to-head, but Josh Allen points scored against Mahomes are often enough to win games. 36, 29, 24, and a missed field goal, right? And Burrow. Okay, they played one game against Burrow and they scored 10. Great. He played Burrow one time in the playoffs. Lamar. They put up points against Lamar last time they played. That game is 29-28 or whatever the score is. So aren't we really talking about whether or not we get another year where the head coach, where the defense rolls into the playoffs and, all right, here's your moment, here's your game. You can't give up stats that are akin to the 2007 Patriots playing against you when it's a team we've seen other teams be able to stop. Because that's the story of this Bills playoff existence is you run up against the Chiefs, and yes, they have a Hall of Fame coach and a soon-to-be Hall of Fame or future Hall of Fame quarterback. Yes, they have those things, but last week a team held them to 19. How come you gave up 31 on limited possessions? How come you play scared against them? How come they always have answers against you? That's almost always how we end up talking about the Bills season when it ends against the Chiefs. Now that there's no Chiefs, there are just different teams that are good.
Yeah.
If Trevor Lawrence goes for 4 touchdowns and 297 and they lose, we're going to sit here and think, I guess what I would say is if you're someone that's been McDermott won't get them there, I think you have a better path to make that point.
Yeah.
When they lose to some other teams, it's always been kind of viewed I have to a point that the Chiefs are kryptonite on some level. Or, hey, what are you going to do? You have a couple of all-timers over there. They've got a special sauce. Now, that's not exactly the same. Liam Cohen and Trevor Lawrence are going to take your lunch money, and the conversation after that happens, if that were to happen, I think would be different. Boy, no Monday Night Football last night. I missed it. I could have used it. But the schedule coming up on the 8th, we've got the Fiesta Bowl. That's Thursday. On Friday, the 9th, the Peach Bowl. We've got playoff football after that, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So, get to Thursday, you got some pretty meaningful football games coming up. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. You can give us a ring if you want. Open segment for you on the other side. Of course, tomorrow we'll talk with Joe Marino, the Locked On Bills podcast, and also Cody Alexander, who's got some breakdowns. He tweeted out a little bit ago about the Jags defense and how nasty it really is, how it's confusing and stresses protection schemes. So be on the lookout for that tomorrow. Meantime, we're open for you coming up here on WGR. Jeremy White here for Wayland Brewing. When's the last time you got to Wayland?
The Canucks at KeyBank Center. They look to get back in the win column following their win streak ending in Columbus over the weekend. Our own Paul Hamilton reports Lindy Ruff said he hopes to get Kesselring on the ice by the end of the week. Alex Lyon is day to day. He said he'll miss a little time, and it's nothing major. Puck drop is set for 7 o'clock, and all the action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, lots of turnover yesterday. Browns fired Kevin Stefanski, the Raiders fired Pete Carroll, and the Cardinals fired Jonathan Gannon. In other news, the Bengals will retain head coach Zach Taylor and general manager Duke Tobin next season. Joe Flacco told reporters he isn't considering retirement and wants to play in 2026. And Dolphins quarterback Tua Tagovailoa said he's open to a fresh start elsewhere in 2026. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Yeah, Sunday at 1 o'clock, it may be a little faster, right? It may be a little bit more physical. I don't know. I mean, I think that's just kind of what you feel when you know it's one and done, right? And when you know you're in a game that it's win or go home. So I'm sure the intensity level will be upticked a little bit, and but I think our guys will be ready for it.
Jags coach Liam Cohen. I was reminded today he had a awkward introductory press conference where
Duval.
He didn't say Duval right.
Duval.
He said Duval very weird.
Yeah.
He has 2 pretty darn good quarterback seasons now.
Baker
on
and
his
then
hands.
Trevor Lawrence.
I mean, those 2 have had their best seasons with him.
Right. Baker
at
this year
4,500 yards and 41 touchdowns with Cohen last year.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's incredible. And this year, Lawrence had his best.
Do the Jags have the best receivers in the AFC field?
Of the teams that are left?
Yeah.
They're better than Denver. They're better than New England. They're better than Pittsburgh and Houston and
Buffalo.
Definitely the Bills.
It's them and the Chargers?
Yeah, I would probably give the edge to the Jags.
Okay.
Just because the Chargers, for some reason, decided Ladd McConkey wasn't good this year.
They can't protect Herbert long enough to get him the ball.
Yeah.
And really, there's a lot of
Okay, but the problem there was Ladd McConkey can do everything.
Yeah.
And by signing Keenan Allen, you made him your underneath option when if they didn't have Keenan Allen and all their linemen got hurt, what would their pivot have been? Okay, we got to throw it short to Ladd McConkey.
Yeah.
Instead, they threw it short to old Keenan Allen. So, but I think Ladd McConkey is still very good, even though I don't even think he got to 800 yards this year.
Not of a big year, no.
I would say Jags.
Jags. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Best receivers in the conference, best. They have the best a lot, I think, in the conference. They have the best pass offense, just in general.
Yeah, we are conditioned, though, to say quarterback is what matters here.
Right.
That's it. Your quarterback is what's going to make the difference.
And I'm even open to that. Like I said earlier, I've said a bunch. I think right now, today, I still think the Jags are going to win this football game. And I think they are awesome. I think they're the best team in the AFC right now.
So like if the Bills win this, you think it could be their toughest test?
Yeah. Like
yeah.
I honestly
I might agree with that.
I believe that the winner of this game could be going to the Super Bowl. Like that could play out. I don't know about Bills-Texans. We'll see.
All right, well, the Jags have beaten all the other teams in the AFC of note that they've played. They beat Denver on the road. They beat Houston. Like, they can't beat New England? Sure they can.
Right. So, like,
they beat the Chargers badly. Like, they have a good resume of wins over this field.
Yeah. Like, I think they're great. I am definitely open to Trevor Lawrence having, like, a game where he just implodes. He had 4 picks in his only playoff game win that he had against the Chargers, and he roared back, and he had a great second half. But he's a quarterback that I could see making a couple of big mistakes. I think that the Bills could play him like they played Lamar Jackson last year, which is he's probably going to move the ball, and they're going to get some big plays on us. But if we can get him to make 3 critical errors in this game.
That's asking a lot.
I mean, but Lawrence
3 is a lot.
Lawrence is a guy that can do that. He's turned it over a lot.
Yep.
He has not in the last 8 games.
Not lately, but his one playoff win, he had 4 picks.
True, but you had to have the Chargers be a part of that game.
Yeah, the Chargers.
And they're kind of the same thing. I just think he's a quarterback that you could get to make mistakes, and it could be a game script even like Baltimore last year.
Yeah.
Where you feel like the other team might even be better, and they're moving the ball more regularly than you are, but that guy made a couple mistakes, and that's what cost them.
803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Sunday at 1 o'clock. That's the plan. What am I going to do for this game? Home games.
Got to go out, right? Got to go out.
I don't know how I'm going to feel about it.
The last road game, well, I guess, whenever they've had these Chief games, we always had get-togethers with friends. I don't even remember. What did I do for the Bills-Jags game the first time? Bills at Jags.
I also don't remember what I did for that game. Not a memorable game. They scored 3.
No. The most memorable thing I have is everyone laughing maniacally that the season ended on a Nathan Peterman interception because, of course.
Jalen Ramsey.
Yeah, Jalen Ramsey. Yeah.
803-0550, the phone number. One more thing. What was I going to mention there? It was about... it'll come back to me. It's about this matchup. Shocking, right? It's about the Bills and the Jags.
We need a new sounder, like a Jeremy's Getting Old sounder for when he just forgets things.
Forget things.
Yeah.
It's only I forget things because when you do this job, you have something else. You're like, I've got 5 things I want to talk about at once coming down the pike, and then they all get blocked.
One of them gets lost.
One of them
lost
is
in the mix.
Lost in traffic.
Yeah.
All right. In the meantime, we'll get to Alan in the car. Alan, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Excuse me, guys. I just wanted to talk about this. Joe, I heard you talking about Jakobi Meyers a lot. I've looked at his stats. They're not great numbers. And Thomas's, I don't know if you guys have saw this, Thomas's numbers have come down since that. Anyway, my other point is this.
Those two things, Alan, are explainable. They are 2 receivers that are succeeding in an offense that has gone to another level since Jakobi Meyers went to that offense. And if you're just Googling the stats of these individual receivers, I don't know what you're looking for. They've been good since they paired up.
Yeah, I understand that, but if you also look at the X factor, they're 21st against the pass, and like the Patriots, they have trouble covering tight ends.
21st against the pass,
just on what?
According
total
to what?
yards?
According to stats.
No, we're going to need what statistic you're using for that?
NFL defensive rankings.
Okay, is that yards?
Yards.
Okay,
yeah.
That's not a good way to measure stats against the pass.
I understand that, but my other point too is this. They also are down on covering tight ends, and that's Dan Mitchell put that out, how they're very weak at covering tight ends, a little bit worse than the Patriots are, so that could play in our hands too. Another factor in this too is the Bills crowd. I think playing in a warm weather field and with a lot of Bills fans being there, and I saw a stat that they expect about 25 to 30% Bills crowd. I don't know how that could be. That's what I saw stat on. But I just think I'd rather play the Jags based on the another factor is the quarterbacks over the Patriots. I think Drake May is a better quarterback at this time than Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence I've seen make mistakes, and in this game, the Bills with the experience they have, I don't know. I just can't. I don't think they're going to lose this game. I just can't. McDermott has not won a road game. There's a lot of pressure on him. I don't think it's on him. I think it's on Brandon Beane for not making the moves, maybe. But I like our chances, and everybody's saying, well, Harrison's out. I don't know if that's going to really matter a lot. The only thing that could matter if this comes down to 24-24 and we don't have a kicker. But all in all, I don't know.
Yeah,
and they don't get to the quarterback much either, so that's a positive.
Again, though, these are some things where you're looking at sacks or you're looking at total yards, and I just think there are better ways to measure how good the Jaguars' defense is. I mean, also on the totals on yards, part of that is they've been winning so much in the last 8 games. They're up in these games, and then teams are just piling up passing yards when they're down by 20 in the fourth quarter. The things that I would look at, I look at DVOA a lot, I look at EPA per play a lot. By DVOA, they're the 7th best pass defense in the NFL this year. And I think that's probably more accurate to what they are.
One last thing I want to say. Do you remember when the Jags were in Houston and they blew that second half lead?
Yep, sure.
I think that might have been their last loss.
That was their last loss.
Trevor Lawrence looked like he saw a ghost in that game. And I hope that Trevor Lawrence comes back, because that second half, he just didn't know. I mean, that's the Trevor Lawrence I look back at when I saw, and I know he's been on fire lately, but I just think I think maybe that could be the Trevor Lawrence we see.
Could be that one. Could be the one that throws for 5 touchdowns and runs for 2 more.
That could happen because he was at Houston that day,
right?
And we saw what Josh Allen looked like at Houston. Listen, it's the toughest place to play in the league. And I'm not telling you that can't happen to Lawrence in this game. Maybe McDermott's got the formula to get that out of him. But I wouldn't be totally confident. I think the Bills can win the game. But sure, they don't get sacks and they're allowing yards. But I think you are sleeping on that team, or you haven't been watching that team if you think that defense isn't one of the better defenses in the NFL.
No,
like it is. It might not be Houston. I think it's at least Denver's. It's at least as good as Denver's defense, and they get a lot. There's a lot of fear about Denver's defense.
If you want EPA per play, they're the 5th best defense in football.
Jacksonville?
Jacksonville. And the second best defense in the playoffs. It's Houston, then Jacksonville.
Right.
And then the Chargers, and then Denver. So, you want just flat drop back EPA? They're a very good defense.
Maybe there are ways to attack it. Like the tight end thing might be right. I haven't seen that, but if that's right, like Kincaid, we were talking about this with Howard in the break as he was leaving. Like the Bills, I do think look way more dangerous as a pass offense this year when Dalton Kincaid is available and healthy. But
is that a? But can I ask you a question?
How trustworthy is it to think that he's gonna? What is he gonna do on Sunday? Is he gonna play 40% of the snaps for me? Can I throw him 5 targets and have him make it through the game? Like, how much Kincaid do I need for him to even make an impact? Like, I don't know that he'll be available for all of that.
So, looking at the Jags and tight ends that did well against them, I have tight ends against the Jags this year. Brock Bowers had a huge day.
Okay,
is that this season? I'm making sure. Yeah. Okay, this is this season. Brock Bowers went for Raiders tight ends went for 162 on 21 targets and 3 touchdowns. 21 targets.
Holy cow.
The Rams tight ends went for 101 yards on 13 targets.
Okay.
And no other tight end group went over 100. They gave up a total of 8 touchdowns to tight ends on the year.
Okay.
The thing I would say about this for Kincaid, if he can play, if he's healthy, whatever, is he important to the Bills offense because he's a tight end or because he can catch?
I think it's because he can catch and he actually
he gets open.
3rd and 7, he's the guy
open.
I'm thinking of getting open 15 yards down the field.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like at the risk of drifting into think of him like a receiver, he's not a receiver. But for this, it's like, yeah, their best pass catcher is important to have, right? The guy that is the best at generally at catching the ball and creating separation and getting open and being efficient. Like he's important. Like having that guy is important. Thanks, Alan, for the phone call. I know,
but is he healthy enough to give it to you?
Right. And sure, you can point to anybody. I mean, could a Jags fan call and say, I saw Josh Allen against the Texans and he saw ghosts, and I hope we get that Josh Allen? Maybe. We saw that version of the Bills offense more this year than any year in a long time. Mm-hmm. So I have no idea how that game is going to go. I think they'll be okay. I think they'll win. I'm kind of like Allen. I don't trust Trevor Lawrence fully. I'm not going to write it off. I've been saying to you for a month that I'm not going to treat these AFC playoffs like the only thing that can happen is something that I've seen happen before. We officially have to ditch that. Mm-hmm. A new guy is going to make the playoffs. If you've been a Josh Allen can't win the big one guy, there's not many around here, but you have to go away.
Yeah.
If you said that about Trevor Lawrence, if you say that Drake May isn't the guy, if you said, but eventually one of these guys is going to win the AFC, and you're going to have to immediately crown that guy as able to win the big game.
Well, and I think Lawrence might be different from this because I think he's much more likely to be like, maybe if he gets rid of all those ghosts that he's had in the past and he can go on a little bit of a run here, he'll get crowned. Allen will get crowned for sure if he
Bo
makes
Nix
it.
might not get crowned.
That's
You're
what
right.
I mean.
That's fine.
Bo Nix or Houston, like if this is a year where, especially Houston, and they make it just by pummeling the Steelers' offense and then stopping whoever else is in their path with an elite defense, or Denver wins 2 games doing the same thing. I think there's a possibility that one of those 2 teams, if they make it, that quarterback doesn't get crowned. Like C.J. Stroud is not viewed as, this guy is new on the block, got to deal with him every year now. But I think I don't know where I fit with Lawrence on that. I think for them to beat the Bills, I think he can't have just a game manager like the Cam Newton clip from earlier. Can he just have a game manager type game where he's not making mistakes, or do I need Lawrence to do a couple of special things?
Listen, the Bills talk about it like all they need is Allen to be. They don't often win like this,
right?
But aren't they saying like, don't make big mistakes, go out there, trust we're going to do it as a team, we're going to run it well. If we don't turn it over, we'll be fine. I like to point out many times that in games they've lost this year, they've been down multiple scores without turning it over.
Right.
And you don't have to turn it over to lose. I don't know. Lawrence is who's better, Drake May or Trevor Lawrence? Drake May's probably.
I would say Drake May.
Yeah.
Right now.
Put Drake May in this Jacksonville offense, I'd be running for the hills.
Yeah.
Running for the hills. Like they've got better things than New England has around him. Give Drake May this Jacksonville defense, I don't know.
Right, he doesn't have either. That's why I got to thinking the Jags were a tougher matchup than New England. I respect wholeheartedly like the value of, well, that team's got the better quarterback, so that can be the bigger challenge. But when everything else is advantage Jags and the quarterback disparity isn't, it's not Drake May to whoever, Mason Rudolph. It's Drake May to Trevor Lawrence, who I think is at least pretty good. Then when they're better at everything else, I thought the Jags were a tougher opponent.
Yeah. Let's go to Scott in Rochester. Hey, Scott, good morning.
Hey, guys. I'm just going to stay away from the Bills for a little bit because that's too much nervous vibes for me.
All right.
I was obviously the Olympics are coming up and the World Cup's coming here. Obviously, we're all big Sabres fans. I know you guys are soccer fans. I'm a big Dortmund fan. I love watching the Bundesliga. I was just curious how excited you get for these international competitions because for me, they do absolutely nothing for me. I hate them. I view them as just another opportunity for players to get hurt. How are we going to feel if Tage Thompson goes to the Olympics and gets hurt playing for Team USA in Italy?
We're going to feel like it's important. It's unfortunate, but it's necessary.
I think it's more necessary for the players.
Yeah, to me, that makes it necessary. Here's my short answer, Scott. I'm not going to cut you off. I want to get your response to this. Anytime I can get two things, best on best, and they play like their lives depend on it, I'm a viewer. I'm a winner. I thought the Four Nations would be kind of cheesy, and it was awesome. So, you're saying, what level of investment do I have? I think the Olympics will be great because the best want to go and they want to win. They dream of winning. So, we're mired in these regular seasons where it's a Tuesday and it's game 63 versus best on best in what matters for their legacies. I'll take it every time.
Those are valid points. I think for me, what I always come back to is my passion for the Sabres and the Bills and Dortmund is never going to rival. I don't have any passion for Team USA. Yeah, it's great the players want to do it, but what am I getting excited for Team USA for?
I get
what
that.
does this country really stand for anyway? These days it's just not there. That's all. Cool.
Thank you. I wouldn't, I didn't have to go that far. The international competition, it's right. Do I really put it this way? If Team USA doesn't win gold, that's not to me like the Sabres lost in the Cup final. I'm not devastated, right? Part of being a fan of is your team, your tribalism, winning as one of six that can really win in a 2-week tournament is not the same as the team you follow breathlessly for 12 months out of the year.
I get into it almost at the level that it's like rooting for my own team.
Yeah.
Not all the way, you're right. It's not when the U.S., when TJ Oshie is going over and over in the shootout. Maybe it's not like a cup game for me, but it's awesome. Like I'm watching amazing. The Sabres in a playoff game. Maybe not the cup, but a playoff game. So I get into it. But I don't know. Maybe I'm into it more than the average fan, but if I were to see a highlight of Crosby scoring on Miller in the gold medal game, that still is painful.
That is for me.
And maybe that's just because it's Miller, but
that's to me. I don't know. It might just be that it's Miller because he was my favorite as a kid, but the Crosby Miller golden goal, I think might be the number one highlight I can see and immediately get really upset.
Yeah.
As a sports fan, I was very young, but I remember very well watching that and being distraught about.
Yeah, there's
sounds like someone too young to remember a puck laying between Rory Fitzpatrick's feet, but that's okay.
That's correct, but I remember that.
To the general international point, the World Cup is coming. I love the World Cup.
Yeah.
I love the World Cup.
World Cup's great.
And I don't know that I take Team USA all that seriously. If they got pretty far, it'd be exciting.
Yeah.
But, I love the World Cup and the international competition. Speaking of soccer, there's a game coming up in a couple of days. 2 days, 5 hours and 53 minutes.
What game is this?
Arsenal-Liverpool.
Oh. Meanwhile, United just fired their manager after a year.
Welcome to the party.
Welcome to Manchester United.
Welcome to the party. Arsenal got a win over the weekend. City drew. Late equalizer for Chelsea.
All right, well, if Liverpool wins on Thursday, when Arsenal wins the title, I can be like, they couldn't beat Liverpool, though.
You can say that.
I'm not going to say it, though.
You can say that. Arsenal's 6 points clear, 18 games to go.
Of everybody, not Liverpool.
Yeah.
They're way more than that clear of Liverpool.
They are 14 points clear of Liverpool. Halfway to the title.
I don't want to talk about them.
Halfway to the title.
I'm so mad at that.
Miss me with your if not now, when for Josh Allen and apply that to Arsenal, and I think you got something. If not now, when? Like you're halfway through the season, you got a 6-point lead. You got to get it done. Stress. All right. We'll get a break in. Get more of your phone calls in. Thanks, Scott, for the phone call and the interesting conversation about the international level of play.
By the way, if Tage or someone on the Sabres did get hurt during the tournament, it would feel devastating if they're in a playoff race.
Yes, I agree with that.
It would feel like we're cursed. The drought's never going to end. Look what happened.
That happened to the Islanders. Like Tavares got hurt once.
Yeah,
Who else got hurt?
Tavares got hurt. It's been so long since they've been there, so I don't even remember.
Stamkos did something.
Matthew Tkachuk got hurt in the Four Nations last year, and he was not healthy the rest of the year. Now they won anyway.
Right.
But he was never right after that.
He was messed up.
And he needed surgery. He's just now getting back. He's not even back yet, right?
He's still out.
There are other teams with more players there than the Sabres, though. Yeah. So if you're going to break down injury risk, every team is on the hook for that, and you've only got 3 guys there. One of them, Luukkonen, might not even play. So you've really got 2 guys that are going to be actively in the lineup. And maybe there are some teams with less than that, but I think there are probably a bunch of teams that have more than that, too.
He's Sneaky Joe, Jeremy and Joe. He likes Liverpool. Owen likes Manchester United. Joe Kelly, who's your team again?
Like Brighton or something?
Everton.
I think I don't know if we've officially landed yet. I've got to consult with the bullpen and figure it
Villa
out.
Could be a good year. Get in on Villa. They're 6 points out.
How about why don't you go
Sunderland?
for the show needs a Newcastle fan.
Leeds United?
Every group of friends needs a Newcastle fan.
Who was building that crazy stadium that we discovered the one day? With the 12 chimneys. I'm kind of bought in.
Right. I think that is.
No, it's Birmingham, and that's Tom Brady's team. You don't want to do that.
Oh, yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, that's right.
You don't want to do that. You don't want to root for Tom Brady's team. Spurs. No. I just tell everyone. Spurs.
No, why do you do that to people?
Spurs.
Here, I got one for you. Wolves. They're hot.
They just drew Man United.
They got their first win. Wolves.
You don't want to be a Wolves fan.
Of course you don't. No. They're 1-3-16.
I know a Wolves fan. It's a miserable experience.
Well, hey, they're going down. That means you're going to have a good year next year. Try to come back up.
Right. Good luck. Go buy a package to BEIN Sports 3 or whatever to watch the championship next year.
I mean, it might be a better life than Manchester United.
It almost certainly is.
All right. Anyway. Jeremy and Joe. We'll get a break in. If you're on hold, stick with us. Get you more of your phone calls. Bills and Jags. How you feeling? Good, bad, don't know, glass case of emotion, whatever you got. It's playoff time here on WGR. Sabres are playing Vancouver tonight, looking to start a new 10-game win streak. I'm could I tell you I made the mistake of looking at the standings today?
Why is that a mistake?
Because it really drives home that the 10-game win streak that they just had was very good to get back in it, but they haven't played since, what? Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
And
Saturday afternoon.
And they are now far enough out of a spot that if they win tonight, they're still not in.
Yeah, not by we're going to have to do the thing.
No.
By points percentage?
Even by points percentage.
Oh, okay.
They just randomly looked at the standings thinking like, could they have held the spot the entire time?
Yeah.
On points percentage, no. They are. So if you did the points percentage thing for a couple of days, other teams also get to use that. Pittsburgh has won 5 in a row, and they're in a spot. And Florida's in front of them, too. But, again, that's one of the ones on point percentage. Just kind of, I wasn't expecting that. Like, all right. I came in today asking myself, do I have to call tonight's game a must-win? But I don't think I'm going to do that.
Nope.
I don't think I'm going to do that. You know why?
Nope. Because they'll lose?
Last time I called a game a must-win, Joe, they won 7 in a row. I'm taking it.
They won the immediate game after that?
Yeah. Philadelphia.
All right, well, he's 1 for 6 so far this year.
That counts as 7 wins.
No, it does not count as 7 wins.
Owen?
That does not count. You don't get every win.
That should count as 7 wins.
Then that should mean every time you said must win and they lost 5 in a row, then you should get 5 losses.
I'll take it. I bet I'm over 500.
I bet you're not over 500.
If I get the wins and losses right after it, I only get the losses right after it.
You only get the losses. Right. The streaks.
I might be about 500.
I don't think you're 500.
I'm not calling it a must-win tonight because I think they're going to win.
Yeah, I think they're
one of those.
big favorite tonight.
You're playing a bad team. You're at home. You're a big favorite. You found your way. You get some saves, and you should be fine.
Well, that part I don't know about that part, but the rest of it I like.
This is the Buffalo Bills' best chance to win a Super Bowl in the Josh Allen, Sean McDermott era. And I say that this is not the best team they've had, but we showed that graphic before. All of the inexperience of the quarterbacks in the AFC playoff picture right now gives Josh Allen and Sean McDermott, in my opinion, their best chance to win it.
Matt Ryan.
That's the new president of football operations of the Atlanta Falcons, Matt Ryan, to you.
Okay.
He's going to run the team. Seems like a good idea? One of your former players who's never worked in a front office, he's just going to run the team now?
I mean, are they looking to switch to the NHL? It's fine. That's how it works.
Football doesn't usually do that.
No, football doesn't usually do that.
Elway ran the Broncos forever.
He did.
And that went well for, a couple years.
Can we get any revenge game angles for Josh Allen along the way? Revenge game against the Jags for drafting another player named Josh Allen. Boom. There's the first one.
You guys missed my joke earlier. When you said, I'm not picking against Josh Allen, I'm taking the Bills, I said to Howard, I'm also not picking against Josh Allen. I'm going to take the Jags.
That's funny.
Yeah. Although he's Josh Hines Allen now.
Josh Hines Allen. 803-0550. We'll get some more phone calls in here. And Sabres and Canucks tonight. How we feeling, right? Good?
I feel good. I think they're as big a favorite tonight as they've been really all year.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, they're at home. They're playing a bad team. They've got rest. We'll see what they do in goal. I don't love Noah Ostlund being bumped down to the fourth line.
I don't like that at all.
I kind of hate that, but hopefully he's still in the lineup, I guess.
Ostlund on the fourth line,
I think he'll do fine because he's good defensively.
He'll be fine.
But you're wasting him.
Will it last until the second period?
I think Peyton Krebs should be on the line. You have one bad period, and you're going down to line 4, and Ostlund's going back.
Right.
That's how I would treat it.
Yeah. Also, that fourth line's been great for them with Dunn, Greenway, and Malenstein, and they're not doing that. They're getting away from that, which really kind of throws me for a loop because I think that line has been a big part of what's allowed them to roll all four. And now they're kind of playing with fire there.
I get it. I mean, Zucker's one of your 12 best forwards.
Of course. Zucker should get in. It's not about that. It's about finding a better home for a guy that's earned a better home.
Right.
In Ostlund. I would have liked to see him and Krebs flipped. Krebs has been fine up there. The plays die on his stick a lot. And you don't want that when you're trying to have him play with your most dynamic offensive power.
Yep.
So,
one
still
note,
like their chances tonight.
One football note for you that I want to get to, and then we'll get to Zach here. A couple more phone calls. Ben Baldwin pointed out. Ben Baldwin of the fourth down bot and who goes for what. It's always good context here. Team decision making by the go recommendation in 2025. How often a team went for it when they definitely should, when they probably should, when it's a toss-up, blah, blah, blah. He basically has found that through this year, the almost everyone goes for it when they really should now.
Yeah.
No one goes for it when they shouldn't, but most teams are still extremely conservative in the toss-up. So if you should definitely go for it, 88% of teams went when they definitely should. So that's Mike Tomlin's the other side of that. Probably should go for it was 50-50. Toss-up, that's not probably. That's toss-up, coin toss, whether or not you should or not. 14% of fourth downs that were toss-ups teams went for. So teams are going more when they definitely should. But in terms of aggressive, teams are still very conservative. You don't find teams going when it's toss-ups all that much.
Is Tomlin even going for it when he should now?
He is. He's going for more.
He did that a couple times on Sunday.
He's going for more, yeah.
He went for, it's not quite a fourth down, but there was 2 seconds left on the clock at the end of the first half, and he went for the touchdown from the 2 instead of the field goal.
Didn't get it. Didn't take the points.
And he didn't get, the play call was ridiculous. But yeah, even he seems to be getting with the program a little bit.
Zach in West Seneca. Hey, Zach, good morning.
Hey, good morning. I got a quick take on the game, and for me, it's a tale of two teams that are kind of close. Records are pretty close. I thought numbers on Allen and the Jags and Lawrence going into last week were pretty close. Touchdown interception ratio.
Yep.
But for me, it's just what do I think's likely to happen? I mean, if the Jaguars win this, I think it's the Bills get into, second and long, third and long, and then they get these protection issues that Allen seems to be. It's one of the few things he just can't overcome sometimes, especially on the road. If they win, I think that's how they do it, and maybe they stop the run, which they are good at. But and if the Bills win, I think it's a defense playing good like they've been these last couple of weeks, and Allen maybe taking the easy stuff that he hasn't. And I just find myself what do I think is more likely to happen? And I just trust Allen and McDermott in a big moment. I just don't look at a whole lot of what the Jags have done the last 8-9 weeks and find too much of it impressive. the big wins that they've had, they've caught those teams in weak moments. I know they're wins, man, and wins are wins, but like I'm not, the only one that's kind of good is Denver. And listen, they had to have dropped a game at some point. Like those teams weren't going to go undefeated. I just don't think it's likely that McDermott drops his 6th game in a row. I don't think it's on the road in the playoffs. I just don't. There's just a whole bunch of things I just don't think have to go their way to fit the Jags, narrative. I don't know if they'll go all the way, but I think the Bills get this one. They generally do really well in wild card weekend. I don't care if it's home or away. I just like their chance. It's gonna be a tight game. The kicker thing scares me, but hopefully them maybe having to be a little more aggressive, as you guys were just talking about, especially when they get on the plus side of the 50. Maybe that helps them. Maybe that helps them get ahead. The Jags won a lot of these games handedly, and I wonder if they can handle a close game, especially with a rookie coach. Thanks, Zach.
It's like narrative is a word we use a lot. It ends up being that what week is this? What week acquired by Jacksonville? Okay, so I want to filter this for since Jakobi Meyers showed up. November 9th is his first game. What week in the NFL is that, Joe?
That is going to be week 10.
Okay. So if I just do week 10 and on, I'll just do that. And as Ben Baldwin said, is filtering these advanced stats for me. I'll give a couple things to think about with this. So much of this, like we're never more in the moment than we are before the game that we will remember forever.
Mm-hmm.
In the moment right now, it's who did you beat, blah, 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 blah. It's almost like the preseason. After this game, if the Bills lose to the Jaguars, 2 years from now, we will not remember at all that Jacksonville mostly beat up on soft teams the 3 weeks before. We will not care. That will not matter. They beat Denver. That's a very good win for them. Like I don't know what to say. Like a lot of this stuff is just thinking, hoping. I'm with you, to Zach, the call. Like I think the Bills will be okay. I tend to be one that Monday through Saturday I look and I think like, man, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. But that's in part because if they get the win, I want to give credit. Like this is no cakewalk. I don't devalue what their wins are because of who they're against.
Yeah.
They didn't eke out a win against the Browns. The Browns have a tough defense. The Bills eked out a win against the Browns. They put the hammer to the Jets, just like the Bills put the hammer to the Jets.
I mean, you can just also put a number on it. You can look up strength of victory in the NFL. The Jags, I wouldn't do this with. I would do it a little bit with New England and Denver.
Well, let me ask you this.
That's because right now, the only teams in the playoff field that have a higher strength of victory than Jacksonville are Houston and Pittsburgh. Like, the Bills is lower. New England and Denver, it's way lower. So, like, I just don't think the Jags are the team to make this point. Everybody is beat up on soft teams. The Jags have beat more good teams than at least half the teams in the playoffs.
You also can't really have it both ways. Like, oh, wow, the Bills have their best chance to win because there's no Kansas City or Baltimore or Cincinnati. Oh, wow, who are the Bills' best wins against? Baltimore, Kansas City, Cincinnati. Like,
right.
Oh, so you didn't have wins over playoff teams either? Like, what's the measure? Is it the team we think is good, or is it the playoff team? What's the Bills' record against?
Because the Jags beat Kansas City in a very important Monday Night Football game that put the Chiefs behind the 8 ball right at the first quarter of the season.
But all I'm getting at is, like, look at the Bills. What would you say about, if it wasn't the Bills, what would you say about the Bills? They split with New England. They beat the Steelers.
Yep. Right. Like,
is that it?
Would I play the game of how many playoff teams did the Bills beat this year?
They played the worst division in the NFC. Their playoff wins are...
They beat one team that made the playoffs this year, New England.
And Pittsburgh. And Carolina.
Okay, sorry, right. There are
the Bills beat the two low division winners.
And they split with New England.
Like, if you want to do the resume game, you kind of can't have it both ways where and I get it, we think Kansas City and Cincinnati and Baltimore are good wins, but those are not playoff teams.
Right.
Those are teams we just think are dangerous. So, since week 10... when Jakobi Meyers showed up on offense, the Jaguars, here your drop back EPA per play ranked since week 10. Number 1 is New England.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we've known that, right? They don't play anybody. All right, they don't play anybody. Number 2 is San Francisco. A lot of this Brock Purdy returning. They look unstoppable. Mm-hmm. Number 3 is Jacksonville.
Mm-hmm.
Since Jakobi Meyers got there, they're the third best passing team in football.
Right.
Rams next, Packers next, Bills sixth.
And again, you want to do the schedule thing, but like in that time frame, they've played the Houston defense, the Chargers defense, and the Denver defense.
And those are three.
Those are the three best defenses in the AFC.
Yes, and all three of those teams are in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So they have as more playoff wins than you do over playoff teams. So it's not to say they can't win. I guess what you're saying is, like, if you want to make the strength of victory point, make it about almost anybody but Jacksonville.
Right. They've beaten, of the playoff teams, they've beaten Carolina. They won at San Francisco. They beat the Texans early in the year, so they split with the Texans, same as the Bills split with New England. They smoked the Chargers, and they smoked the Broncos.
Is this the best? So, if the Bills win this game, is it their best win of the year?
Yes, I would say that.
I don't mean like just like we like it the most, but like the best team they've beaten.
On the road at that team, that's their best win of the season.
Yeah, what's their current best road win? New England.
Best road win? New England.
New England, yeah. It's exciting.
I think the Bills can win. I
think the Bills will win.
I don't think sleeping on the Jags
is
not the way to get to confidence in the Bills this week. Because I don't think that's the case. I think they are a legitimately good team. And I think picking apart who they've played or, like time frames here and there. And I think you're trying too hard to diminish what they are. I think they are legitimately great.
803-0550. Extendo Sports coming up, and then the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on WGR. Joe, want to let you know about something coming up that you can be a part of that's very exciting. Get ready for the ultimate fan getaway on the Buffalo Football Legends Cruise, presented by Sojourn Travel Advisors, hosted by Sal Kapacio. Join Thurman, Steve Tasker, and new to the lineup, Fred Jackson and Doug Flutie set sail from Miami, May 10th through 17th, 2026, aboard Celebrity Cruise Lines Beyond. Cruise to unforgettable destinations like Puerto Plata, Tortola, and more. You'll experience once-in-a-lifetime moments with Buffalo football legends, plus celebrate Thurman Thomas's 60th birthday at sea. Cabins limited, flexible payment plans available. Lock in your spot now at buffalofootballlegends.com. All right, what did we forget? What did we do? Congratulations, James Cook wins the rushing title.
Yes.
Will the fantasy community back off and say, are they going to say
I think that's happened now going into this year, there was some thought on touchdowns.
There's regression is coming. Will they say regression is coming again? Back-to-back double-digit touchdown years?
I don't think so.
Okay.
He got to 12 this year.
Yeah.
Listen, there was a little bit of regression. He went down by 4. But, yeah.
From 16 to 12. Yeah, okay, that's fair. That's what regression is. That's right.
But he went up in yards by 600.
But he'll be treated like where's he go in fantasy drafts next year? RB.
Oh, wow. He's going top 5.
Okay. RB
top 5.
Top 5.
Like, I would take him because nothing's going to change with him. Like,
No.
there's no – he's going to get work, and he's good, and he's in a great offense.
Yeah.
I mean, unless the coordinator change could be a part of that. But, like, would you take him or Devin Achane?
I'd take Cook.
Like, I think Achane...
I guess it depends. What do they do there?
But Achane, like, that's the thing. Like, right now, I would answer Cook because I don't know what Achane's going to be looking at. Is he still going to be the focal point of that offense, or are they going to try to get a real quarterback and do, like, other things?
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Go Sabres tonight, Sabres and Canucks. If you're going to KeyBank Center, have a good time. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll talk about it. We'll have Paul on and break it down if they're going to get back on a winning streak. That'd be nice. Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast, and Cody Alexander of the Match Quarters, just posting more stats on the Jags' pass defense and the problems it really presents. So it's a matchup of passing and stopping the pass in this game quite a bit. So we'll see how it goes. Of course, it's playoff week. Exciting. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up.